Kola Aino is the chairman of the Board of Ventures Park, an artsy co-working space, VP's flagship innovation hub campus. He is a mentor on Excel Africa, the World Bank Accelerator, and Google Launchpad Accelerator. He is also a board member and advisory board member of various organizations ranging from ARM Financial Advisors Limited, Reliance HMO, and the Yemisi Shillon Art Museum. Kola is passionate about mentoring and advising young entrepreneurs who are creating solutions for mass underserved markets. Ladies and gentlemen, Kola Aino.
Tommy Davis. Tommy Davis is one of the most influential people in the Nigerian and African technology community. The Nigerian-British investor, entrepreneur and philanthropist began his glittering career at IBM over 3 decades ago. Since then, he's helped build direct.gov.uk and the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System for the UK and Nigerian governments, respectively. He has also helped Lagos build its own angel investor networks while being president of the African Business Angel Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Davis.
Peter Bankole, Director, Enterprise Development Center. Peter Bankole pioneered the Enterprise Development Center, EDC, of the Pan-Atlantic University in January 2003. Now one of the top enterprise development centers in Africa. As the director of the center, he is responsible for the overall program development, capacity building, and support services to entrepreneurs and students across the university. Trained as a mechanical engineer in the UK with MBA from RESE Business School in Spain and alumnus of Lagos Business School, Chief Executive Program. He led the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Initiative in Nigeria and was a consultant to the project in Liberia. He initiated and led several partnership programs with diverse stakeholders such as the British Council, World Bank, International Finance Corporation, and many others to mention a few. Peter consults widely in sub-Saharan Africa on entrepreneurship, development, and practice. He currently chairs the board of Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, International Breweries Foundation, and a member of the Lagos State Research and Innovation Council, amongst others. He is a member of the Pan-Atlantic University Management Council and served on the Youth Learning Advisory Committee of the MasterCard Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Bankole.
Dr. Andrew Nevin is PwC West Africa's financial services leader across assurance, tax, and advisory. Prior to joining PwC Nigeria, he was the president of the United Family Hospital during the SARS crisis in 2003 through early 2005. He holds a PhD in economics from Harvard University, an MA in philosophy and politics from Balliol College, Oxford University, and a BSc in computer science and mathematics from the University of Western Ontario, Canada. Dr. Andrew advocates the changes that will unlock Nigeria's economic and human potential. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Andrew Nevin.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. If you can hear me, just say hello in the chat box. I know it's a Saturday morning. We had a long day at Art of Technology Lagos 3.0, but guess what? We're back for day 2, and I'm pretty excited. The feedback has been amazing. So I believe that today we're in for a treat. And the great thing is that we will be keeping to time. I can promise you that, because once you're about to go over time, I'll just send you a private message to remind you. So let's keep to time today. My name is Isabella Adediji, and as you can see, I'll be the MC, the host for today's edition. Today is day 2 of Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. Now, engage with us across our social media platforms. Use our hashtags when sharing your wonderful pictures and videos. It's hashtag AOT Lagos, hashtag Art of Technology Lagos, and hashtag Art of Technology. So any of the three, let's find your amazing posts. Again, we'll be keeping strictly to time. I'll be your accurate timekeeper. So if you see a message from me, just know I'm going to be reminding you about time. So without much further ado, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our chief host, we're welcoming the man that has been running with this vision from Mr. Governor, because you know Lagos State is committed to using technology in solving all our problems and making things easier for us and giving us that smart city of our dreams. But Mr. Governor cannot do it all by himself, so he has the man for the job. I'm talking about Mr. Tubosun Alake, who indeed is the special advisor to the governor of Lagos State on innovation and technology. And he's looking really good. I dare say he has an appointment somewhere, maybe a function. I see the jackets, I see the black shirt. Welcome, so good to have you, Mr. Alake. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to AOT 3.0 Day 2. We had a fantastic time yesterday. To just quickly recap, AOT is our flagship technology event in Lagos State that brings together key stakeholders within the technology ecosystem and to drive positive economic value-creating conversations around technology, around innovation, around all of the levers that need to increase the pace of technology in Lagos. And so far, from day one, we've had a lot of conversations in the area of regulatory mechanisms around enabling the levels of innovation in Lagos. We've had conversations around building startups. We've also had very important key product talks and collaborative conversations as well from partners such as Flutterwave, Meta, formerly known as Facebook, and a whole host of others. We've also had conversations around enabling funding for startups. So there's been quite a rich interaction between a lot of players in the ecosystem from yesterday. And today we continue those conversations, trying to unlock the secret sources to drive technology growth, more importantly, to drive a culture of problem solving in Lagos State. We all know that funding is a key requirement, right, for turbocharging small, medium-sized companies, for turbocharging innovative startups, for making industry move. But what are the things that unlock capital? What are those key matrices that we should be looking at within our environment to help attract more funding, to drive innovative companies in our ecosystem? These are the conversations that we are continuing today. Yesterday, we had the governor of Lagos State, who is indeed the chief host. I'm just the convener. The governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olusola Sanwo-Olu, is the chief host of this event. And yesterday, he made good on his promise. And through the LASRIC Council, the Lagos State Science Research and Innovation Council, about 5 startups were awarded 5 million each, 5 million naira grants, specifically in the area of circular economy. These are companies that are innovating around the circular economy mantra. trying to dimension waste out of our ecosystems. And dare I say, some of these companies are already creating value in our economy. Some of them redesigning the way waste becomes a more useful product, reducing the processes for recycling, and also making better tools, better materials for industry. One of the startups that won yesterday was a company that turns plastic bottles into building blocks with 30% higher tensile strength than regular building blocks, right? Another company reduces the process from waste to wealth for non-biodegradable waste within the ecosystem. And some other companies also makes processes for civic waste managers like Loma easier by helping to aggregate waste within the ecosystem. So quite exciting. We also last week also awarded grants to secondary school students through the idea and innovation competition that was carried out by last year. 3 students won funding. 3 students won funding. One of them, in fact, designed a drone, which was very, very interesting. And of course, Mr. Governor also awarded checks to researchers in universities, in the 4 main research institutions we have in Lagos: University of Lagos, LASU, Lagos Poly, Yaba College of Technology, and a few others. So it's been quite an interesting time. It's been quite a rewarding time, and today we are carrying on those conversations. So I want to ask you to sit back, relax, and hear some of these important value conversations that could perhaps be useful to you and definitely would be useful to our economy. How do we attract more capital into this ecosystem? How do we bring more funding players? What are the regulatory mechanisms that we all need to help implement to bring in, whether it's unlock local capital or bring in international capital? So quite a rewarding day ahead of us, and I hope to engage with a number of you later in the day. So thank you very much, and welcome to day 2 of AOT 3.0. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alake, the convener of Art of Technology Lagos. Thank you. Just like Mr. Governor said, this platform is here for maximum engagement. If you have any needs, any requests, he has promised to take it all the way to Abuja, because we did have the minister join us, Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, join us all the way from Dubai yesterday, and they have reiterated their commitment towards promoting technology across Nigeria. And of course, we leverage technology in making smarter decisions. So this year is all about funding and a connected Lagos. Like Mr. Lake said, we had product talks yesterday from Flutterwave and from Meta. And next on the agenda, we'll be having a first product talk today, which is from TRIPS. And they're going to be focusing on managing conflict, equity sharing in African startups. I beg your pardon. Our first product talk is from TRIPS. Right after that is when we'll have our first keynote session, which will focus on managing conflict, equity sharing in African startups. And I believe Mr. Onyeka Akuma from TRIPS is ready to deliver his product talk. And by the way, I love the background. A picture is definitely worth 1,000 words. And I'm really interested in taking a trip with TRIPS. Get that? Over to you, Mr. Akuma.
All right, thanks for having me. Good morning, everyone. I'm excited to be here. Congratulations to the AOT on another successful event. Yesterday had a lot of buzz across town. A lot of people were excited about the opportunity to be here to showcase their business. And I think in Trips, we're all excited to be partners with you on this journey. Taking on a cue from the convener, I'm going to be discussing on why trips became really important for Lagos State and eventually the rest of Nigeria and now across Africa. My product showcase is pretty much focused on the advantages of using trips. I will have 3 videos that I will share with you, maybe 2 eventually, and I'll just talk you through what trips pretty much is like. So if you just give me a second, I will now show you my presentation. But basically, I've been excited about all the businesses that have come up here and have eventually shown up what innovation can happen across Nigeria, starting with Lagos. It's no saying that Lagos has been a pivotal place for us in trips to kickstart our business. And no wonder we've been able to find a growing ground for us to say, if we're able to build a successful business in Lagos, we'll be able to do the same across Nigeria. And that has been the case from day one. Now, we started Trips roughly September 2016, and that came from an experience I had taking bus transportation in Lagos. And I felt like, hey, people could actually get better form of moving across cities of Lagos. And I don't have to use the regular downfall. I can get something that looks like an Uber. And it gives people the opportunity to say, hey, maybe for once I'm able to do this without necessarily bothering about struggling with a woman that is in an Uber bus. So I just present my slide now. 1 second. Yep, share screen. Share. I guess you can see my screen now. Yep. So like everyone would expect, this is mostly what people experience, at least 70% of people that commute in Lagos. And so what we decided to do was to change this. And in order to do that, we created an application that gives you predictable travel across cities, bus travel options within the city of Lagos and across cities, and then safer travel in Nigeria. We started on September 2016 with 17 brand new buses were launched. And we had 17 drivers on our platform. And within that time, my co-founders and I, who have had experience of building startups in many other areas, including Afolabi, who built the first car rental platform, John Atums, John, who was also in Travel Better with me when I helped to launch Travel Better, and Johnny, who had done another trans-tech platform called Ferrycon with tricycles, providing tricycles in cities like Lagos. Together, we came together, and now we're a team of roughly about 70 cut across Nigeria, Ghana, and Uganda, where we are pretty much giving people better ways of commuting. And some of our numbers we get excited about is the total number of people we've been able to move across cities, the average number of people that move on our platform, and how many people have actually downloaded our app. Now, but even focusing more on this particular presentation, I'm going to show you how the app actually works. 1 second. So we have 3 types of solutions we've created. One we've called travel trips. And travel trips is pretty much allowing people to now book for your bus service from one bus stop to the other. And so when you want to get on a bus, this is what you do on travel trips when you download our app. So you enter what you do is you enter your pickup and drop off bus stop. So now you can do this in Lagos. What you do is you download the daily trips, you just download the trips app. You have 2 forms of trips that you can make, daily trips and travel trips. Now on daily trips, you click on the daily trips option. And what happens next is it allows you to enter your pickup and drop off bus stop. So I say I want to go from Ajah in Lagos to CMS in Lagos. I enter the number of passengers that I want to use on that. I want to get on board that vehicle on. I enter my preferred bus stop, and then I start my trip. What you're able to see is different vehicle options. Now, what it does, it shows you the different vehicle options approaching your bus stop. So if you're in Ajah and there are maybe 5 vehicles coming from Shango Tedo towards Ajah, you get to see the number of vehicles, you get to see how many seats are available on those vehicles, you get to see the cost of actually getting on those vehicles, and more importantly, we're able to predict the time that the vehicle will get to your bus stop so that you can plan your trip in an easy manner where I don't have to get to the bus stop and start hoping and praying that I get a bus. Now you're able to get to the bus stop at the time when your vehicle is supposed to get to the bus stop, and then you make your trip. So what happens, it shows you the different vehicles. We have sedan cars, but sedans I'll talk about last. We have buses, we have minivans, and for sedan cars, we now getting individuals that are going on a particular route to open up their vehicles to carry people as they're going that route. So if you're going to work in the morning, you're able to now get on trips where you're able to open up 3 seats at the back for people to join you on your way to work. So for that, we have sedan cars as well. Then what happens is you're able to pick the vehicle you want. Say you want to pick a bus, you see the fare, you click on it, you complete your booking, you get a ticket. Your ticket is pretty much a QR code because you would have already credited your wallet before you can get to this point. And so you get your ticket, and what you do is at the point of entry of getting into the vehicle, you're able to present this ticket and you scan your QR code and you get on the vehicle. What happens is prior to the vehicle coming to the bus stop, you're able to see updates about the vehicle as it's coming. It tells you the vehicle is 3 bus stops away, it tells you the vehicle is 1 bus stop away, so that you can plan yourself accordingly and get to the bus stop at the time you need to and make your trip. When you're done with your trip, this is very important for us. We ask you to rate your experience. Rating your experience allows us to deal with the quality that the driver or the hero, we like to call them on our platform, has given to you. And so it allows us to also say, if there's any feedback around improving the service, we deal with that. It allows us to rate the drivers and heroes, and so that we are able to get them into doing better the next time they provide the service to any of our customers on our platform. So this ideally is how you go through daily trips. The next one I'm going to show you is what we call travel trips. Now, we found out in April of this year that beyond moving people from one bus stop to the other, we could also move people from one city to the other. To that end, we're able to partner with several bus operators. And these bus operators include the likes of GEO, include the likes of Apex, include the likes of ABC Transport, include the likes of Leap Motors, include the likes of Greener Line. All of these different bus operators, over 15 of them now on our platform, are able to use the Trips platform to serve their customers with better technology, to get more customers to use their service. And Trips becomes an aggregator for them. Let me show you how that works. So this is travel trips. Now what happens is you get on the Trips app, you select that you want to do travel trips. So pretty much you want to go from one city to the other. You put your departure city, you put your arrival city, you put the date you want to travel, and then you put the number of seats you want to book. We then show you different bus operators going that route. So we show you, say you're going from Lagos to Uyo, you're able to see Libmoto has a bus going that route, GEO has a bus going that route, the different bus operators. Now you select the particular bus operator you want to use. Remember that it's different bus operators, so it's pretty much an aggregator. So you can see the prices may be different, you can see their travel times may be different. But once you select the particular bus operator you want, you enter your travel details, your initial details, and then when you're done with that, you can also select the seat you want to sit. So I want to sit behind the driver. I want to sit at the back of the bus. You select the seat you want, and then at the end of that, you confirm your booking. What this then does is you get your booking ticket, and when you get to the bus park, instead of getting there and hustling and bustling with all the other individuals that are trying to pay for their tickets on their platform, you're able to do this electronically, and you present your bus ticket and you make your trip. So these are two essential major trips we are currently offering to people. The third one is not really on the app. It's pretty much people say to us, I don't want a staff bus in my office. I want to hire a bus on your platform to move staff. I want to hire a bus on your platform to move students. I want to hire a bus on your platform for a tour. I want to go on tour with a couple of people, and I want to hire a bus on your platform. You're not able to do that with what we call corporate trips. Now, across these different bus options we've had, in the last 2 years, we've been able to move 520,000 people using our Trips app. We've also successfully been able to launch our service, not just in Nigeria, but in September of this year, we expanded into Ghana, where we now have average of about 300 to 500 people using daily trips just from September this year. And just last week, we announced that we've now expanded into Uganda, where we're looking at growing our presence across the East African market and West African market as we build the largest shared mobility platform in Africa, one country at a time. But very importantly, we started all of this in Lagos. So we're excited about that, and I hope you've been able to see more about what Trips can offer. And we look forward to having conversations. If you're excited about this, if you're a bus operator, like we're going to be announcing very soon in the next 2 weeks, how bus operators are joining us on this journey. You want to move away from ticketing, paper-based ticketing systems to electronic-based ticketing systems. Our technology has been built for you. You want to move your staff and your organization or students in your school. Our technology has been built for you. Or you're a simple customer that wants to move from one bus stop to the other. Trips has you covered. And finally, if you want to travel, especially in this season, and there's going to be a lot of benefits to those that do that with us this season. I want to go from Lagos to Abuja, Abuja to Port Harcourt. This holiday season, you can do that on Trips and get discounts and get predictable travel. And together we're moving people better. So thanks again for the opportunity. Thank you very much. And I hope you're excited as I am about Trips and what it's doing for the transportation sector in Nigeria and the rest of Africa. Thank you very much, Isabella.
Thank you very much, Mr. Onyeka Akuma. I definitely am excited about Trips because sometimes I'm thinking of, I'd like to get a few of my friends and maybe we'll go, not even too far, maybe from, say, the mainland all the way to Ekpe. And I don't want to use my car. And we're 5 of us. We don't want to use maybe a taxi. I want to use a bus so we can carry our food and go and enjoy at the beach. But hearing about Trips it just solves everything. And really, congratulations on expanding beyond Nigeria. I think it's really great when we see us being exporters of talent, of technology, not just importing and consuming. So well done, and thank you very much for your support towards Art of Technology Lagos 3.0, indeed one of our corporate sponsors, Trips. Do go check them out and please patronize them. Just like he said, this is the Yuletide season, a lot of travel. And I mean, why can't we use technology to solve and simplify our lives, solve our problems and simplify our lives? So next we'll be moving swiftly on the agenda, and well done to everyone who has been keeping to time. I'm super impressed. We're moving to our first keynote session. I said earlier, it's going to be focusing on managing conflict equity sharing in African startups. And join me, you can do virtual claps in welcoming collaborator in chief of TVC Labs, Mr. Tommy Davis, who was here last year at AOT Lagos 2.0. I'll applaud on everybody's behalf, and I know the people who are watching at home are also applauding.
Tommy Davis is one of the most influential people in the Nigerian and African technology community. The Nigerian-British investor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist began his glittering career at IBM over 3 decades ago. Since then, he's helped build direct.gov.uk and the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System for the UK and Nigerian governments, respectively. He has also helped Lagos build its own angel investor networks while being president of the African Business Angel Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Davis. Tommy Davis. Tommy Davis is one of the most influential people in the Nigerian and African technology community. The Nigerian-British investor, entrepreneur, and philanthropist began his glittering career at IBM over 3 decades ago. Since then, he's helped build direct.gov.uk and the Integrated Personnel and Payroll Information System for the UK and Nigerian governments, respectively. He has also helped Lagos build its own angel investor networks while being president of the African Business Angel Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Tommy Davis.
I do believe we have Mr. Tommy Davis. Good to have you, sir, again at Art of Technology Lagos. Welcome to the 3rd edition, and I know that what you're going to be speaking on will be of a valuable contribution to the tech ecosystem. I really enjoyed your presentation last year, and I know this year will be no different. So over to you, sir.
Thank you very, very much, Isabella. I very much appreciate it. I've been asked to actually speak about equity sharing in African startups. That was sort of the challenge I was given for this particular presentation. So really, according to Failery, 9 out of 10 startups fail. And if you look at CBI Insights, what they're telling us at CBI Insights is that one of the critical reasons for startup failure is conflict, especially when it comes to equity split arrangements. In addition, conflicts that happen between founders resulting in strained relationships can actually lead to the startups. It can lead them down a slippery, slidey path. And I'll share 1 or 2 experiences on that note with the audience as we go along. But it really is important that all stakeholders, including founders, are prepared, okay, to manage conflict if and when they occur. What I'm hoping to spend the next few minutes on is actually answering some of the questions that have come through as to how should equity be shared in startups. What are the important things to have in that kind of conversation? And really, what exactly should people understand about vesting? How do you manage conflicts? And most importantly, in my opinion, how do you align your team using equity to go in the direction you want the startup to go? But to start, let's address what exactly is startup equity. Well, it actually refers to the degree of ownership stakeholders have in the startup company. And it is about the shares that the founders, investors, friends, family, employees, whoever it is that they've been issued. And I'll come back to issuance in a second. This ownership, okay, is reflected in the capitalization table. Those of us in the industry call it the cap table. It's just a list of all the shares that the startup has issued and who owns them. Now, that's on the shares. The shareholding refers to the percentage of ownership each shareholder has in the startup. So I may have 1,000 shares with a 4% shareholding, or 250,000 shares with a 1% shareholding. Now that I've cleared that up, how do you arrive at the price? How do you know what, if you've got 1,000, how do you know if it's worth 5 naira or 2 naira or 500 naira? That depends on a number of factors. First, and probably the most important, is the last preferred price. Okay, and that is if investors came in previously at what price did they buy the shares at. The second is something we call post-money valuation, which is simply how much was the company worth before you invested, how much did you invest, add the two together, and that's the company's post-money valuation. The hypothetical exit value, well, that you arrive at, to be honest, using comparative analysis. Who else has invested in this kind of company and how much was the exit when they did it? The other factor is the number of options in a grant. And I'll talk about employee options during this speech. And finally, is the strike price, which is the price per share for exercising the options. That's really how you price. So now you've priced it, how do you distribute it? Well, distribution is going to vary. Equity distribution for startups is going to depend on, first and foremost, their business model, what industry are they in, what do the founders want to do or not want to do, how many stakeholders are we talking about? And truth be told, there isn't a definitive, this is how it's done. But typically, it's distributed among stakeholders that include the founders, their friends, their family, their fans, some say fools in the first instance, the employees, other investors like angels and VCs, and advisors if they have any. Now, the important thing to note is that not all stakeholders get their shares, immediately. An agreement is reached that, oh, I'm going to get this number of shares or I own this percentile. That's just an allocation. The actual distribution of shares could, take as long as 4 or 5 years to get to the owners. Now, let's talk about those owners and talk about the founders first, because they're the most important, and that's what I've been asked to actually focus on in this keynote. And, to determine how much should a founder get, it depends. If it's a single founder, you don't have a problem, probably anything from 100% down. But once you have co-founders, it's an important decision I can't overstate. First and foremost, you've got to take it as early as possible. Who owns what? What do I get? What do you get? And review it as consistently and constantly as possible. Most people don't do that. The first time, we agreed 2 years ago that I own 5% and he gets 7%. You've got to revise it. Why? Because the startup by its nature is moving fast, but I'll come to that again. But common splits we see sort of fall into different allocation methods. The first is equal split. That's everybody's favorite. Oh, 50-50, 50-50, yeah. Or if there are 3 of you, 33-33. If there are 4 of you, everybody gets 25%. That's one way. Another way is, you get somebody with a senior, who's the senior partner. So you bring me along as a co-founder, and you're probably, only bringing a few things, and yeah, in your early 30s, and, I'm bringing all the cash and the intellectual property, but you're going to be doing the work. Then you might want to have a 60-40, or if there are 3 of you, 50-30-20, depending on how many you have somebody who's recognized as senior. But whatever is agreed, for all the founders listening out there and even the investors in them, a founder's agreement is critical. I can't overstate this, okay? It has saved, I will tell you, free of charge, it saved me on a number of occasions, the latest being one, I will keep the name of the startup, but this is a startup out of Lagos, okay, that is currently raising $2 million. But when they started, okay, about 6 years ago, within 2 years, the founders had a brouhaha and a split. In fact, one founder actually left Nigeria. We have had enough. Now, guess what? If they didn't have a founders agreement in place, we couldn't do what we did as investors, which was to bring in, at their own identification, a new co-founder who took up shares and ran the company and has run it to where it is today, to where they're raising $2 million. So factors to consider when sharing equity between co-founders: assume risk. Are you quitting your job to come and do this, or do you have something else? The level of commitment: are you full-time, part-time? And startups by their nature are innovative. Who owns the innovation? Who's contributing to that innovation that differentiates this startup from the market? And finally, vesting schedule. And I'm going to talk a bit more about vesting schedule as we go along. Now, for employees, the story is slightly different. Why? Because founders need employees. This is just that simple. You can't build a great startup without having team members who build out that business operation and have expertise, capability, and experience that you just don't have. And because the budgets are typically very, very tight, you can't afford great people. What has been baked into the startup persona is the concept, okay, of equity as part of the compensation package. This is usually offered in two forms. There's what we call straight equity, and there's something we call options, but I'll come back to that in a second. The factors to consider when offering this, though, are very, very critical. The first is, what role is this person going to play in the startup, and for how long? You know, how important is that particular role in building out the startup? How senior are they? And what are the risk factors associated with them? Because what you don't want is 2 years in, they've collected some equity and they decide they're moving on to the next startup. And that's where the vesting schedule kicks in yet again. Now, as for investors, well, this is technically outside the scope of this conversation, because as you can see from the diagram on the right, you know, there are so many types of investors. You can't pigeonhole. But by and large, when an investor puts money into a startup, they're taking a financial risk in the hopes of getting a financial return. And that is going to be dependent on two critical factors. One is the valuation of the startup at that point in time and the size of the investment. And it's worth noting that valuation, yeah, we all talk about it. And right now, in my personal opinion, I think they're getting a bit over the top on the continent because we're awash with money, but it's never standard. It depends. It's a negotiated agreement that depends on both sides. And from an investor side, it's going to be the prevailing economic and political conditions of where that startup is operating. That's the primary determinant of valuation. There are other factors, but trust me, that's what we're talking about. As for advisors, well, increasingly we're starting to see that African startups are following best practice. They're starting to bring on people who are well experienced, who have a lot of knowledge and all of capability in the industry segment, can network them, can help them build out. And to do that, you can't afford their day rates or, you know, their whatever rates they charge. The fashion or the mechanism is to give shares. And typically, not talking large amounts of shares, 1% to 5%, depending on the stage of the startup, the experience and expertise of the advisor, how much time they're going to spend with the startup, and what they're going to be doing for it. And surprise, surprise, again, the vesting schedule. Okay, very, very important to bring advisors on board. So what exactly is this vesting? Well, it's a process which stakeholders in the startup, such as the co-founders and all the people I've mentioned earlier, accrue non-forfeitable rights over their share ownership in the business. That's really what it is. And because it's a schedule, it defines when and how those shares that have been allocated, okay, are going to be distributed to the stakeholder. Now, the idea is that it motivates stakeholders to make a long-term commitment, so you don't have, you know, walkers, as we call them, and it protects against departing, you know, everybody just walking at any time they choose. And also, it's worth noting that professional investors prefer vesting and will demand it, okay, for founders and key employees, because that way they can gauge the commitment of the people involved in the company and protect equity from, you know, departing partners. Now, how does it work? Well, it can vary because there are different agreements. The most common is what we call the graded or linear vesting. And that means allocation shares are distributed to that particular stakeholder over a fixed period of time, usually in equal portions, so that the stakeholder only receives what they've earned, okay, in time. And if they decide, oh, we're going to terminate or I'm going to walk, remember I talked about walkers, they only have what they have earned and not everything that was allocated to them. Cliff vesting adds one more dimension to graded or linear vesting. And what it does is it puts in what we call a cooling off period before the vesting scheme starts. So you'd have a 4-year vesting schedule with a 1-year cliff. What that means is really for the first year, nothing happens. And then after the first year, a percentage of the allocated equity starts to vest and be distributed. Could be monthly, could be quarterly, until it is fully vested after the 4-year period. Now, I do, in the spirit of full disclosure, there's also immediate vesting, which means, guess what? Once you sign, you get 100% ownership of the shares. That's not really common in these here neck of the woods. In fact, I'm not sure where it is common, but it does exist. And you can have an acceleration of the vesting schedule, and it's usually put into the agreement when there's a liquidity event, such as the startup being bought by another startup, or it goes to IPO or something. That means all the shares are off the table. And at that point, the vesting usually kicks in as vested, and it is always, that's why vesting is taken into consideration when we're talking about valuation. Now, I wouldn't want to leave this talk without really sharing what happens over time, because it is very, very important. As those who invest in a startup are investing, they're essentially taking a financial risk, and their expectation is that, this financial risk over a number of years is going to give me a financial reward. They're not expecting immediate rewards. Now, because of that, what tends to happen is what we call dilution, which decreases the equity ownership by existing shareholders as new ones come in. And it can change both the financial stake founders have in the startup and how much control they have. So it's important ab initio that they understand, from the beginning, that they understand, okay, exactly what that journey is and how it transpires. So for example, I've been seeing, safes have become very, very popular. Everybody talks about a safe because it doesn't give an upfront commitment. But guess what? As people are starting to find out, it can be extremely dilutive to investors. So that's what the diagram on the front is doing, is showing you, on the right is doing, is showing you how the dilution vehicle works over time. And you can see where at seed stage, a founder stake was a 65%. By the time they get to Series D, it's only a 23%. So that is what we mean by dilution. And of course, that can cause the conflicts. So how do you manage the conflicts? Well, it's not like any other corporate conflict management. You just have to have a conflict management system in place. And I know most startups don't know what that is. Well, you got to look it up and be sure, as you're discussing as co-founders to go on this journey, you talk about it, just like you're going to talk to a spouse about what happens if you and I disagree. Do I just say talk to your mother, or is it your brother? It's the same principles that apply, because co-founding a startup is essentially a marriage or over time. So key things for founders is, one, don't overestimate early value. Most founding teams allocate founder equity right at the beginning, and they never look at it again, not considering who did what, who does what, who brings what as time goes on. That's why I said you've got to revisit founders' equity regularly and periodically. Okay. And you've got to include provisions to keep everyone accountable. One of the best ways to mitigate future conflict is to make sure that the agreement is actually dynamic. So it says this agreement every 3 years will be reviewed, or something to that effect. Okay. And while circumstance, we can't really predict this is what's going to happen or it's going to go this way, although we try to. Okay. Vesting for me is a very, very critical mechanism for allaying some of those fears and mitigating some of the risks as they occur. And finally, as I've been hinting, you really need to consider dynamic approaches, such as layering of value over time and adjusting, the co-founder's equity as the startup grows. Now, before I close, I just wanted to ensure that, we get the full picture here. Conflict between founders is something that is alive and well and living in all startups. I shared the example of the team that was split, and one of the founders actually left the country and we had to restructure. The critical thing to leave this audience with is, first and foremost, make sure there's a founders agreement. If there are co-founders, please put a founders agreement in place. And in your founders agreement, ensure you do, under all circumstances, have a vesting provision with a schedule for that vesting provision. Governance, governance, governance. If you don't have a governance structure in place, then you might end up in fisticuffs, for all I know. But once you've put a governance structure in place, it mitigates the risks of conflict. Why? Because you've got a mechanism for resolution and you've got a mechanism in case there's escalation. And once you've agreed it, you must think ahead. How do I justify the fact that I have 65% of this company and my co-founder only has 10%? Does that even make sense? How's it going to make sense to investors? And what happens if my co-founder wants more and feels out, So you need to think through these things and make sure that, yes, you have the capability to resolve those issues. Now, as we debate and discuss these things, I think there are a few essentials that I would also want the audience to be considerate of, especially given that within our context, we're dealing with the Corporate Affairs Commission of Nigeria 9 out of 10 times. I mean, I don't know about I'm not speaking to those who are Delaware or Mauritius or what have you, although the same principles still hold. Within our environment here in Lagos and in Nigeria, we have to be conscious of the fact that there are cultural overlays to all of this. So age, for example, whether we like it or not, plays a significant difference. Gender. I've seen cap tables that were so abysmal where the woman is doing all the work and the man has 80%. How is that even possible? Oh, and we gave him shares because he's older than us. Why? So please, 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 I am not walking away from my culture, but we need to understand that who brings what value to the table, and that should be the only basis on which shares are allocated and which shareholding is earned. If we stick to those principles and we stick to the principles of transparency, integrity, and honesty, we will minimize, we're never going to eradicate, but we will minimize conflict in startups. I hope you've all found this useful, and I'd like to thank you very, very much for listening. My name is Tommy Davis, and please get in touch at some point in time, and I'll look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, Isabella, and
Thank you very much, Mr. Davis. I mean, you went where some people don't like to go, where people shy away from, because conflict is bound to happen. But thinking things through and paying attention to the cultural context, to gender, to the value that each person is bringing is definitely important. And I know quite a number of people have joined us online. Welcome. Some of you have joined us on Zoom. We see you. Welcome. I'm even seeing some comments here from Yemi Kerry, from Shedunko. That's thanks for the masterclass, TD. From Yemi Kerry, thanks, TD. Always great to listen to you. Just like I said, I benefited last year, and indeed, I'm already thinking of when I'm having my own startup, whenever that is, not to value my startup too early, because that's where the problem comes, that overestimating the value, and also thinking through some of the problems that may arise so that we take care of them. And governance, like you mentioned, very important. I think the comments here say it all. I mean, Dr. Prospect says, thank you for this opener. Thank you, Egbon. That's from Oluwatoye Adigbite Moore, who we'll be hearing from later. The thank yous are plenty. I'm sure if I read everyone's comments, we'll still be here. Thank you very much again. And please let's keep the engagement going in the chat box and across our different social media platforms. It's still the Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. My name is Isabella Adediji. I am the host MC for today's event. I'll also be the moderator for the next panel. Speaking of which, the video that's about to play will be introducing the lead discussant for our first plenary discussion. So fix your eyes on the screen as we welcome our first plenary discussant to AOT Lagos 3.0. While we wait for the video to play, this is a great time to keep that engagement going. Hashtag Art of Technology Lagos, hashtag AOT Lagos, hashtag Art of Technology. It is the 3rd edition, and this year's theme is funding and a connected Lagos. And like you heard in the keynote address, we're looking at some of the pitfalls that might happen when it comes to equity sharing. So I believe the video is ready and it will roll very quickly of our lead discussant and straight into our plenary session. Enjoy.
Bankole, Director, Enterprise Development Center. Peter Bankole pioneered the Enterprise Development Center, EDC, of the Pan-Atlantic University in January 2003, now one of the top enterprise development centers in Africa. As the director of the center, he is responsible for the overall program development, capacity building, and support services to entrepreneurs and students across the university. Trained as a mechanical engineer in the UK with MBA from IESE Business School in Spain and alumnus of Lagos Business School, Chief Executive Program, he led the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Initiative in Nigeria and was a consultant to the project in Liberia. He initiated and led several partnership programs with diverse stakeholders such as the British Council, World Bank, International Finance Corporation, and many others to mention a few. Peter consults widely in sub-Saharan Africa on entrepreneurship, development, and practice. He currently chairs the board of Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, International Breweries Foundation, and a member of the Lagos State Research and Innovation Council, amongst others. He is a member of the Pan-Atlantic University Management Council and served on the Youth Learning Advisory Committee of the MasterCard Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Bankole.
Oh, Mr. Bankole.
Peter Bankole, Director, Enterprise Development Center. Peter Bankole pioneered the Enterprise Development Center, EDC, of the Pan-Atlantic University in January 2003, now one of the top enterprise development centers in Africa. As the director of the center, he is responsible for the overall program development, capacity building, and support services to entrepreneurs and students across the university. Trained as a mechanical engineer in the UK with MBA from RESE Business School in Spain and alumnus of Lagos Business School, Chief Executive Program. He led the Goldman Sachs 10,000 Women Initiative in Nigeria and was a consultant to the project in Liberia. He initiated and led several partnership programs with diverse stakeholders such as the British Council, World Bank, International Finance Corporation, and many others to mention a few. Peter consults widely in Sub-Saharan Africa on entrepreneurship, development, and practice. He currently chairs the board of Nigeria Climate Innovation Center, International Breweries Foundation, and a member of the Lagos State Research and Innovation Council, amongst others. He is a member of the Pan-Atlantic University Management Council and served on the Youth Learning Advisory Committee of the MasterCard Foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, Peter Bankole.
On behalf of everyone, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Mr. Peter Bankole. I mean, I've learned from you. If you've ever been to EDC, you will know him. And he's going to be leading the discussion for our plenary session on closing the funding gap, key perspectives on attracting foreign investment. We can't wait to hear from you and jump right into the panel. 10 minutes on the clock, and we'll move to the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Isabella. I'm just going to start by sharing my screen. It's a very tall order, I must say, following TD anytime. So you will pardon me if I'm not able to live up to TD standards. He's a senior colleague in this particular area. But thank you so much for having me, and it's always a pleasure to talk about things that you believe in. Today, we're going to be talking about closing the funding gap, key perspectives on attracting foreign investment. Now, for me, I'm just going to share based on what I have learned, what I have experienced in the last 20 years or so working in this space. So it's going to be more from the practice point of view rather than anything else. I want to start by just warming up our minds as to what has happened in the last quarter. If you look at Nigerian startups in Q3, they raised close to $250 million in funding just in one quarter. And that's almost double what was raised in Q2 of this year. And if you look at this, this chart, you will see, and rightly so, that the financial services sector is actually gaining a bigger foothold in attracting funding. This deals is about 29 deals, and that's for Q3. So hopefully it gets better every quarter. But attracting foreign investment requires positioning, from my perspective, at 3 levels. And so money just don't come. The investment just don't come. We need to position ourselves to be able to attract those investments. So these 3 levels, the first is what we call the country level positioning. And this is very critical because investors see countries differently, but like they say, dollar only go where the investment is right. And so our country must be intentional, they must be deliberate about attracting investment to their country. Typically, you will have some kind of government agency that is focused heavily on this. This is investment promotion council, for instance, and in Nigeria, we do have one. But beyond that, every activity of government, whether it's being done through the presidency, whether it's being done through at the ministerial level, whichever way it is, anybody that has the capacity to speak on behalf of the country must be speaking in sync and be making everybody else feel comfortable. Now, also at the country level, you have to look at the laws governing investment. You have to look at all kind of framework that helps people who invest in your country to be able to repatriate their dividends and things like that, or move their money when it is required. If investors are not comfortable at the framework that governs a country, bringing investment in the country, they will not come. And so different countries position themselves to be able to attract at that level. But that's one aspect of it. Then you go to the state level. Yes, the country can be doing something and it may be very nice. But at state level, they will also compete for investment coming into their state. And I'd like to use Lagos State as an example. I think in last year, for instance, Lagos was actually voted as the capital, as the startup capital for Africa, ahead of Nairobi. Now, what does that mean? The minute you are at that level, everybody begins to look at you. It means that you become like a beautiful bride. And everything you do, people look at it. And this is not something that just happened. Again, states are very intentional about this. And I'll give you a couple of examples. People talk about tech companies springing up in Lagos and things are happening, but it didn't happen overnight. People talked about the Yaba axis. It didn't happen overnight. Right of way had to be given by Lagos State along that axis to make sure that internet connectivity was easy and a lot of startups move around that place, coupled with the fact that you have design institutions around that space. Of course, then you have the likes of CC Hub and the rest coming to that space. So an ecosystem developed around that. That was intentional. It wasn't a happenstance. And so state, look at what is happening with last week. That's also very intentional. And when you begin to create some kind of catalyst funds for small businesses, sorry, it is state, not, it's just a simple mistake. So that gives a very interesting positioning of the state. And then the last one is community. Beyond the state, there are specific communities that develop and they're able to focus very well on attracting people. So when Mark Zuckerberg came, for instance, now, he had to go to that community in Yaba. Whatever is happening, you're looking for something, you know where to go. Community must be developed. And that community will have like a value chain from pre-startup to startup to fairly established ones, and they work together to be able to help each other to develop capacity. Again, these are intentional and you have to look at it from this 3 dimension, okay? Now, but before positioning, let's talk about first thing first. And this is very, very important. Even if we have done all of that, and I hear TD talk about value extensively, if we do not deliver value locally, nobody's going to look at you. And so no matter how thriving our ecosystem is, no matter how attractive our country or state may be, it is important for us that we provide value. Once we provide value, The next thing is get onto the ring and compete. Now, what that does for you is that you test your guts, you test your business model, you test everything. In fact, there is some unwritten saying today amongst the investment community, and they'll tell you, if you've not tried and tested it out in Lagos, no, go and do it there, then you come back to us. Because that's where the action is. If you can succeed in Lagos, the chances of you being successful everywhere else is very high. And so that's a bonus for Lagos, for instance, because it becomes a solid ring where people actually, slug it out. Beyond that, there are many, many hackathons, competitions, all that. All of these help you not only to test your business model, but also to refine some aspect of it so that you can compete even better. Having said that, you need to build networks. You build networks locally and internationally. All of these help you, because if you are not seen, honestly speaking, nobody can invest in you. People must know what you are doing. So it's important for you to be relevant at home. And then within that, your ecosystem, please be active. Now, all of these are absolutely important. Without this, sincerely, forget about any attracting any foreign investment. I always advise people to start with local investors. Yes, it is possible that you can get investment straight away, but it's almost difficult, very difficult to get investment, international or foreign investment, without having local investors. You must believe in yourself. Your people must believe in you and invest in you first before others from outside will do the same. Check out all the ones that have really had external investment, whether it's Flutterwave, whether it's Max NG, and so on and so forth. All of them started by having local investors. And then the local investors help them, whether it is in refining their business model, in the area of governance, whatever it is, it stabilizes them, and then they can begin to take them on Series A, Series B, and so on and so forth. Now, there are many early stage investors. My advice is usually to start with those people because they understand the terrain. Things that you will not think about, they've gone through it. So for them, it's just a process. And once they can help you, handhold you, walk you through that process, you become a lot more ready for foreign investment. Of course, like I said, it's an avenue for you to try and test your business model. And they also get you to a point where you have sustainable revenue. This is very critical. Honestly speaking, nobody's going to throw money at you anyhow. They want to be sure that, yes, I mean, they will wait. It's what we call the patient capital, but even patient capital is not stupid. And so, yes, I know that it might take a while, but I know ultimately that I will not only get my capital back, but I will also get decent return. And that's why we're doing it. So it's very important that all of these, the early stage investors, the local investors, they help you to get to that point. One critical point that they also will help you with is governance. Nobody's going to invest in you without serious governance structure in place. And TD, I'm happy that you mentioned that in your presentation. In all of this, what it does is that it increases your visibility, and then people will be able to actually market you. Sorry. But we must understand that foreign investors differ. Their requirements are not the same. There are some that are focused on social impact, some are gender biased. More recently, we're seeing a few that are focused on circularity. Some are even sector specific, whether it is clean energy, fintech, health, agri-tech, whatever it is. It means that not every foreign investor is going to invest in you. You need to study them. You need to understand them, and you need to be sure that they are interested in what you do. That's when you begin to position and focus yourself on it. Whatever the case, there are 4 things that we must know. The first is that there has to be a value alignment. No matter how good that foreign investor is, if there is no alignment of value, please don't even think about it. Whatever you also do, I'm not sure any foreign investor will even look at you if they don't see scaling pathway. It's almost impossible, because they're not just coming there for the fun of it. They want to be able to take what you are doing here, maybe in Nigeria, and then scale it across Africa. They want to be able to do what you are doing here and then scale it across similar economies, maybe developing economies or whatever. So scale is always a critical point when you're looking at international or foreign investment. But in all of these, you got to be prepared. You know, people speak when they have the opportunity to speak to these foreign investors. They just flop. You need to understand your market analysis. You need to do your research, your data. Everything must be at your fingertips. That's when they know that you are on top of the market. You know where you are going, and they can rely on you. The business plan is always good, but guess what? The person that drives that business plan, like most VC will tell you, that is even a bigger consideration. Having done all of this, you know, is good. People just don't invest because the business is good. Sometimes they invest because they know that this person is dependable. This person, they've related with this person over the last few years, and they can trust this person, or the way, you know, so building some kind of international network and relationship does add significant value in your ability to be able to attract foreign investments. Now, it's also important for you to look at these foreign investors and say which of them are either Africa or Nigerian focused. Because the reality is that if they are not, then there's no point in talking to them. Some are focused on Asia, some on Latin America, and so on and so forth. So there's no point in you speaking to those ones if Nigeria or Africa is not their priority. Also, there are some that are interested in development or what we call the pro-poor issues. Then you may be able to qualify depending on what you are doing. Some are basically impact driven, and it doesn't matter where in the world you are. Some, it could just be about your sectorial, your sector. So you need to understand this very, very well, rather than just casting the net. No, it has to be extremely focused.
I totally agree. Really understanding the market you're playing. I think you just piggyback off what Mr. Davis said about that local context, and I'm sure we'll get more into the conversation.
I'm about finishing.
We have to move swiftly. I've added more time than necessary.
Okay, sorry, I'm sorry.
I think what we can do is, as the time permits and the conversation starts, you can tease in some of those answers from your presentation. And I mean, the feedback, if you look at the chat, has been amazing. Definitely a lot of wisdom you've been dropping. Thank you very much. I'd quickly like to bring in the other plenary discussants. We have Mr. Babajide, we have Babajide Ibironke, Chief Finance Officer, Viathan. We also have Oluwatoyin Adegbite-Moore, Executive Director, West Africa, African Venture Philanthropy Alliance. We have Dr. Rabiu Onoalakpo Olowo, Honorable Commissioner for Finance, Lagos State Government. We have Yemi Kerry, CEO of Heka Bella. We have Maya Horgan Famodu, founder, Ingressive Capital. Titi Ovia, co-founder, head of growth, Helium Health. And Our moderator, he's on standby. He's not able to join us due to some internet connectivity. Mr. Wale Anifowoshe, who is the General Manager, Programs and Partnerships, Enterprise Development Center. But like I said, he's on standby. I'll be filling in for him as the moderator of this panel. And I want to welcome every single one of you. I see Mr. Anifowoshe is actually here, so that's great.
Yes, I'm here, Isabella.
Connectivity is working. So over to you, Mr.
Thank you very much.
Technology is powerful.
It's
thank you very much. So the timer starts now, and I'll be messaging you, the moderator, to keep to time. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isabella. And thank you very much to everyone here. It's really good to be here. I was really enjoying my Oga's conversation. I think he was setting a very interesting tone for this panel discussion. So I think I'm going to actually start from there because Banky, I actually wanted you to finish to wrap up that conversation you were having. You had talked about the 3-level positioning, and I think that it's important that one of the things that the participants here today get the feel of is, despite all of this positioning that could be happening at country level, state level, or within the community, as the case may be, there are still several startups that don't get that opportunity. What are some of those things that we can do or can start to happen at any of those levels to start to bridge that gap which many startups have when it comes to accessing funding?
Okay, thank you, Wale. I was just going through the charts and I saw something that's actually very interesting. A number of startups actually are not either aware of this community that we're talking about. They're not aware of those that are, I mean, if I did not know Yemi Kerry, for instance, I probably will not know about Rising Tide. But they have been heavily focused on working with women and investing in early stage, women businesses. But so we need to do something about it, relating between government, that is Lagos State government, and working with this community of people and making sure that as many startups as possible are aware of these people. I think that's an eye-opener for me, and I'm very happy that somebody put that in the chat.
Thank you very much, Banky, for mentioning that. I think it's actually quite important that even startups themselves have that responsibility to be looking for the funding opportunities that are out there. One other thing which you mentioned was that startups should start with the local investor. So my next question is actually to Mr. Babajide Bironke, who is the CFO of Vetian. Of course, you are providing, funding opportunities to startups locally. What would you say that startups should do to prepare themselves to even start to access investment locally?
Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for having me on this program. Well, just like Bankole said earlier on, I think when TD made his presentation, he just went straight ahead into everything that everybody else has to say, and Mr. Bankole as well had, just like some of the other points that one would have loved to say. So it's pretty much difficult for some of us to come out to those very, very excellent speakers who have experience on this topic area. But fundamentally, the first what I would like to mention is that the fundamental requirement for most of these startups is to find a way to de-risk their business. So you need to mitigate or eliminate some major, even minor risk. For instance, some investors don't like key man risk. So you've got to put in place measures that will enable anyone to see clearly that you have proper structures and processes in place. It might not be very expensive. It might be something as simple as ensuring that all transactions are banned or some records are kept in some ways. TD has also spoken to the need for you to have a proper governance structure in place, like having a board, people with character, what is their quality, be committed to the ethos and principles of corporate governance like transparency, openness, probity, accountability, integrity, fairness. All of those things are very, very important to investors. They want to look at it. There are quite a number of other things you may need to watch out for. Some investor may not look at your business, because if its location is prone to some uncontrollable risks like insecurity and all of that. And that's why I love the way Mr. Bankole has put it at country level, state level, and community level. You definitely don't want to put your investments in a very volatile area where you're not even sure of what's going to happen in those areas when you put it. And all of this speak to the risks that I mentioned earlier on. Of course, you cannot overemphasize the need for you to understand your market, have an impeccable knowledge of your product. You need to show some historical trend. And most of the major problems that I've seen in startups in Nigeria is that they practically run the business on the top of their heads. They've forgotten that people need to see some sort of numbers. And as an accountant, the accountant in me is saying, why don't you just put some bookkeeping system in place to demonstrate that you have some historical discipline, financial discipline that shows people that you can distinguish between your money and the business money. So that entity concept, the business entity concept, you need to demonstrate clearly that you understand it and you understand the method, or what I call the typology of company funding. All right, so you need to target the right kind of investor class. All companies do need some form of capital. I get it, but again, you need to target the right investors class. There are different classes of investors. Some do have appetite for startup, some don't. Some investors have, particular interest in some industry, as you have earlier on mentioned as well. So all of these things are very, very, very important. In fact, some investors like asset-driven businesses. Some don't want to carry any asset in their books. So all of these factors has to be considered by startups and put into and be deliberate about ensuring that they can show and demonstrate that they are actually looking at these things critically. One more point before I stop. I've seen some startups making revenue of as high as 500 million in a year, but cannot spend 500,000 naira to keep a proper book and get it audited by some 7 to 10 other auditors that are part from the big four auditors that we have. If you look at 500,000 naira, it is about 0.01% of a 500 million naira. So why don't you spend the 500K to keep a proper book and put it in a place where people can understand there is some set of accountability, and you are also responsible as an organization to be able to present an audited account as opposed to just having all your data scattered around. So you need to look into getting, you may not be able to afford the big four, and most of the time they are quite affordable if you speak to them on the value proposition and what you have to do. But you can't have a revenue of 500 million and shy away from incurring 500,000 naira to audit your financial statement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibiroke. You brought in some very interesting perspective to this conversation. And one key one which you mentioned is ensuring that these startups have some governance, some structure in their business, because this makes them even more valuable and attractive to investors. And this is a good time to bring in Madam Yemi Kerry to talk about what are some of the suggestions that you would be giving to these startups so that they are not just focusing on having innovative disruptions, but how do they ensure that there's sustainability and they can demonstrate same to investors?
Thanks, Wale, and good morning, everybody. It is very important that you look at sustainability when you're looking at development of your product or your service. For a lot of investors, sustainability is one of the major things that they watch out for. I mean, greatest impact solutions to the greater society is what guides a lot of investors and their decisions. So when a startup is looking at how they're going to impact, they need to look at what every sector is run on now, which is most importantly technology. Technology allows for flexibility. If your revenue model you're starting with is based on a particular deliverable, and you find out that along the way you have to change that particular revenue model, the easiest catalyst of that is technology. When you're looking at sustainability in the long run, where you have to, roll back or roll forward, the best catalyst for that is technology. When you're looking at scalability, which is a major thing in terms of value proposition, your ability for your product or your service to scale. And it is a major thing that investors also look for. And what can allow you easily do that is technology. So it is important to use technology in whatever sector you are in as a founder, in whatever business you are in. It is important to leverage on technology. That also allows for measurement and monitoring of the impact of your product or your service. Mr. Vajide has talked about traction or your finances. It is when you use technology as either, even if you're for your innovation or disruption, but also managing and leveraging on it for the development and growth of your business or service, that you would actually make the kind of transaction and attraction that you're looking for. So for me, the first and most important thing would be technology.
Okay, thank you very much, Yemi. Because of time, I know that our audience has a lot of questions for us, but before we dive into those questions, I would like to hear from our two other panelists, Madam Toyin Adebitel, and of course, Fola Olatunji David, standing in for Maya Organ. So I'm going to go to you, Toyin, to bring in some perspective. Most times when we speak about funding and attracting money, a lot of the money that comes in goes to the fintech and edutech and all of those sort of innovative startups. But we don't really get a lot of conversations from social impact innovations. How can we change that narrative? How can we get our startups to be thinking more about social impact? How can we get more funding to social impact startups?
Thank you, Wale. Good to see everyone, Yemi, and everyone else that's on the panel. Good morning, or is it afternoon? Morning still. Really good question. And let me first say that, one of the key areas that we, again, need to think about, Yemi talked about technology. The other piece is really looking at capacity building for all of our startups and, and even later stage organizations also need capacity building. So I think that's where, so to kind of cross over to your question, Wale, that with the fact that there's need for capacity building, there's also need for the investors to really kind of to come on board to help these organizations to move through their journey. So one of the areas is around venture philanthropy, and really venture philanthropy is very similar to venture capitalism, where an investor really connects with an organization, provides some funding, and that funding, instead of looking for a return on their investment, they're looking for social impact as their return on investment. However, I'm also, in Nigeria, it's very, or should I say in Africa, we're really kind of getting better to, growing this ecosystem to be more buoyant. And so most people are really looking for a profitable return on investment. And that's what they're looking for. So when you go around saying social impact, people are like, that's great, but I need to have a return on my investment. And what I can categorically say is that there are a lot of investors, both from when you look at the continuum of funding, from philanthropy all the way to capital market, that have given so much to people on an individual basis. You've heard about black tax and things like that. We all help, we all give, and everybody gives, and we have a opportunity to do that. But in terms of social impact, it's very difficult for people to really kind of turn their mind to social impact if They don't think about it as a strategic part of their vision and mission from the beginning. So that's one of the key things that I would like to say, off the bat, that really and truly, the only way that investors will come to invest for social impact is if the entrepreneurs and also the organizations that are thinking about their vision and mission from the beginning incorporate it from that level of vision and mission. And capacity building is so key on that, because people like myself, just to let you know, I am transitioning from ABPA and focusing more on helping organizations be investment ready. So I'm going to tap into the knowledge of my TD to help me learn more about POEM so that I can really kind of, strategically help other organizations as they're trying to really learn some of these things that even Babajide talked about in terms of getting them structurally and their governance ready. So all of those things start from the beginning. It's the foundation that has to be right from the beginning. Over to you, Wale.
Thank you very much, Toyin. That's a very interesting perspective you brought, and I'm sure that Egmotidi will be very happy to support you in making making you or helping you to achieve. So I'm going to go straight into the questions box, because I can see many hands are up already. So you can start to drop your questions in the chat box so that our panelists can start to provide some answers to them. We have about 15 minutes to wrap up this panel conversation. So it's time for So it's time for us to make this even more interactive. So you can start to put your questions in the comment box, in the chat box, so that we can start to provide answers to them. Okay, so questions now. So while we're waiting for questions, I'm going to introduce one more panelist, Tito Ovia. Tito Ovia, you're welcome. Maybe you want to do a quick intro of yourself, and while we're waiting for the questions to come up. Tito.
Yes, Mr. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Tito Ovia. I'm the co-founder of a healthcare technology startup called Helium Health. We focus on digitizing, healthcare facilities with our mission as our company to be able to drive technology in the African healthcare sector and ensure that there's actionable data for all of the stakeholders across the value chain. We provide products for providers, peers, and patients across that. So yeah, that's a little bit about me and Helium Health.
All right, thank you very much. So I already have a question here in the chat box. So I think me reading out the questions might be a more organized way rather than opening up everybody's mic. So I hope this is okay for us to do, my panelists. Okay, fantastic. So I have a question here from Tisa Joseph. And the question is that Nigerians are new to startup, and most of them lack the knowledge of what the word means, SaaS. And so where do they go for information about what being a startup is? How do they get information about that as well? I'm going to direct this question to you, Mr. Banky, because I think it is something that you can address very well. So over to you, Banky.
Okay, first of all, please don't always think of our fees. Even me, sometimes I'm very scared. But there are many other ways. Honestly speaking, this is a classic example. This doesn't cost you anything. Last week, also do a number of stuff. And if we see that people need to be educated around this, then that's not a problem. And I believe that TD with his network, with Yemi Kerry, they do a lot in this space almost for free. And so let's not always think of money first. Let's think of that education, which Tony was talking about. We can build our capacity almost next to free. And if this is something that is also important, it's something that we can pull together at last week and deliver some kind of free webinar around it. So please, let's not think of EDC alone. If it is something that is required, it can be done. And I'm sure the Lagos State government can do this easily.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Bankole. The next question I'm going to direct straight to you, Fola. The question is, do you need local investors for you to be able to attract international investors? And how do you go about attracting local investors? So that question is coming from Innocent. It's coming from Innocent. Yes, so that was a direct message to me, but I'm putting it out there. So over to you, Fola.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Happy to stand in for Maya today. She unfortunately couldn't be here. So the question around local investors is an important one. I do think when you consider the fact that what an investor brings to you, or what an investor should bring to you, goes beyond just capital. An investor will bring local knowledge and context, will bring relationships, will bring business development, will bring partnerships, will bring expertise to your business. That said, there have been instances where the first capital some businesses have received have been foreign, and they still succeeded. But what I will say is a foreign investor, while they bring capital and they bring some relationships outside, a foreign investor cannot help you if, for example, your bike gets locked up in Ikeja police station, whereas your local investor will be able to, build a relationship. But seriously, I think you want to think about it based on the type of business that you're building. At some point, what you want to build is a business that attracts so much inbound that you can select who your investors are, and your local investors will always be a good sign that you're building something that is even accepted. Even a lot of the foreign investors will always ask you who has invested locally. They want to know that you're not, taking them for a spin, that you have some local skin in the game. In terms of where you can find local investors, I mean, this chat on this panel, there's a lot of people who write checks, Tommy Davis and a lot of angels like that, the Lagos Angel Network. But if you do a little research, there are firms such as Ingressive Capital, who I'm representing today, who write checks at the pre-seed stage, at the seed stage. What that really means is at the very early stage. So do some research. If you literally search investors in Nigeria, you find a list of people. But it's important that you find local investors, I think. It's not the end of the world if you don't, but I think it's very important.
Thank you very much, Fola. So Banky, there's a direct question for you here. And the question is from Moses Ayenugbe, okay? The question is, at what point as a founder do you issue equity, before fundraising or after?
That's a very technical question for the people that issue money. And honestly speaking, I would like to defer to either Yemi Kerry. But let me just say that if it is me, I will first of all build traction. I will first of all show that I have, there is a value, because the more you're able to delay it and have traction and show more, then the better for you to be able to get bigger value in that. But Yemi, it's, she does this for a living. So maybe Yemi may want to answer that.
Yemi, over to you.
That's my own.
Well, there are a couple of things that us as investors look at. Your value proposition is one. What Banky has alluded to is another, which is that you have to show traction. Traction being that there is a market for your product or your service. So it's not just that you're thinking about it in your head, but also that, you have tried and tested it. And then we look at the addressable market. So even if you have attraction and selling to your local community, and you take it from maybe Ikoyi and you go to Surulere and then there's no market for it, then it is of no interest, because we're looking for those products or services that can have a larger impact on economy. You are solving a particular problem that, is not only within your community, but also can a product or service that can be replicable in other societies. So apart from that, we're looking at also what your team structure is like. Tommy talked about conflict. That always breaks up a business. So we tend to want to understand how your team is structured, your governance, the impact you're making, the way we would exit as angel investors, because that's what we do. We invest in an area where there's high risk and a high reward. But then, you know, if we find out that your business is just going to die after about a year of investments, we would run away from you. So there are so many things that angel investors look out for. But the key of all of this is the value and your value proposition and the kind of problem that you're solving, whether it impacts a larger society.
Thank you very
if
much.
you don't mind me adding, Wale, that's where.
Please go ahead, Toyin.
Yeah, that's where the POEM framework that TD has developed really comes into play. You know, in terms of how do you get an organization investment ready? You know, either for local investors or international. And I also know that EDC has a lot of curriculum around investments and getting investment ready as well. So those, I mean, there are a lot of tools out there. And I think, again, part of what we need to do more in our ecosystem is to streamline and bring some of these resources so that people can have an opportunity to be able to access them in a, you know, as much as possible in a one-stop shop, if that's possible. But that's a proposal that I'm putting on the table, you know, even for AOT 3.0 to look at in the future in terms of how do you support this growing ecosystem and make sure that all the different touch points are available where people can access them. Back to you.
Absolutely, absolutely. So there's another question here from Teaser Joseph, and his hand has been up. So one of the panelists needs to take this question. At what point does a startup need an investor? And what should the startup be looking out for? So we'll be kind enough to provide this insight for Tito. Over to you.
Yes, I think I'll take that. Having, of course, been in this position very recently. So with our company, Helium Health, we really bootstrapped, and you know, for those that don't know, it means that we actually funded the company in the first year or so ourselves. And that was because we really wanted to see whether this idea that we had and the concept we had of technology and healthcare facilities really did work. And we wanted to be able to validate it with some traction first before truly getting investment to be able to grow and scale the company. So we bootstrapped it ourselves. And not only did we do that, but we also applied to a lot of grants. So if you're an early stage company, don't always run to sort of funding for equity straight away or debts or anything like that. Again, there are a lot of instruments and there are a lot of, you know, sort of innovation challenges and things like that around. You just have to do a lot of research online in which you can use to be able to fund your startup in the very beginning. So do that, use the money to be able to test the waters. And once you're sure that you have a minimum viable product, once you're sure that you have a clear strategy on as well how you want your company to grow. And of course, you also find different partners that you would like to be able to partner with and invest in you so that you can scale and grow your company even further. Then consider, of course, bringing on investors to be able to have a bit of equity in your company. So everybody is different. There's no sort of clear time frame or anything like that. Some people bootstrap for years and then they raise investments from people straight from day one. But I would always say have a minimum viable product first, have some traction first so that you've proven your idea in the market. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tito, for that perspective, because the question, the follow-up question is from Tubosun and is directed at you about your experience in fundraising or raising money outside of the country, having raised money recently for your health startup. And I think Cosmos had a similar question about raising funds. So it looks like a good number of the participants here are really interested in knowing how do they really connect the opportunity. But from what the panelists are saying, it's clear that it's important that there is a lot of capacity you need to build before you start to look for funding. So I think Tito's perspective helps you to understand some of those things you need to be able to attract, you know, international investment into your business. The next question is from Diron. And Diron wants to know, and this question is directed at the director of the EDC, about the knowledge-based information for startups from the universities. What is EDC doing to reach out to students interested in entrepreneurship from university so that they can start to have information about how they can access funding and how they can prepare themselves to be the next African startup?
Okay, thank you very much. In the last 6, maybe 7 years, we actually have been training students 1 full year on entrepreneurship. So you cannot go out of our university without having a 1 year, embellishment into entrepreneurship. You also must start and run a business on campus during that year, which you showcase at the end of the 2nd year. However, we're taking a tweak this year. We're actually moving from them just starting or creating a business to looking for problems within their environment and then finding a solution to it. And that will then be demonstrated on what we call the demo day, that solution. But much more than that, we have started a process where within the next 18 months or so, we're going to put up an innovation center. And some of the people that I see here, I've already contacted some of them, and they will be part of that mentoring system, that interaction between the town and gown. And in the next, I would say that 18 months, we will put up this, and we are actually going beyond the university. So when I say finding solution, I'll give you one very simple one that we're about closing in. One of the industry players, they have mini grids, and they said, if you can look for a community within your axis, that if we put a mini grid there, the economic reality of that community, we can change it. And so for me, that's very interesting. Now, what we will do as academics is that we will take that mini grid, pull it there and say, what economic realities can we change? We're going to draw like 10 academic papers from it, how you use mini grid to do this. So we will get our own this thing from that. But more importantly, we will be able to then say to, let's say, Lagos state government and say, see, putting a mini grid here alone will mean that whether it's not vulcanizers, people that do very small stuff, SMEs, they will not have to worry about generator and this and that. And the economic value of that small community will increase. And then hopefully we introduce them to some kind of tax system, the government gets from it, and we can show that just by putting this, it could even mean that they are agri-based economy, they can dry their products or they can refrigerate it or whatever it is. Those are the kinds of things we are doing. And currently, we're working with the Nigerian University Commission, trying to develop EDCs across Nigeria to be able to do something similar that we're doing. So yes, we are doing that. Last year, we did a challenge for students in the university, and 3 of them that won, we brought them back this year during the Global Entrepreneurship Week. It's very interesting. One of them that came 3rd, that was in LASU. Actually, we gave him 500,000. He used that, and he is now in 5 different states. And this guy is still in the 3rd year. He still have 1 more year to go. And he said to himself, there is no way I'm going to look for a job, because what I'm earning today is, he has 10 staff. He said in the next 1 year, he needs to expand it to 20. And what he's earning today is 20 times what he pays for his school fees in 1 month. That's, do the mathematics. So we're already doing it, but it's going to take a long while to make sure that everybody keys into it.
Okay, thank you very much, Banky, for your response. The next question is directed at Yemi Kerry. Yemi, the question is around from Ali Abubakar, and he wants to understand, do the conventional models for startups, do they work? And for local investors, are the local investors in Nigeria accredited, or do they have an organization? And what's that organization, and how can he tap into it?
If I understand the question right, you know, when you go and meet your cousin or your mom or your friend to borrow you money for a business, and and they give you that money. There's no sort of framework or accreditation about that. What is happening is, I mean, the culture has always been there for us in Africa particularly, to be investors, or, you know, and when people say friends, fools, and family, that's the beginning of where you start to raise investments. There is no accreditation. People are coming together collectively to invest. People are investing in individually. People draw up investment philosophies. So we at Rising Tide are a network of female investors, and that we're looking to invest into female-led, female-owned, gender-diverse management and team. And we look for technology and technology-enabled businesses to invest in. That is our own investments philosophy. For each investor, individually or network, they also have their preference of what their sector or the type of investments that they do. So really, there's no accreditation for investors. I don't know if there is globally. I know that there are some standards and there are some standards and laws and subsidies that are given to some things like people like angel investors in the more mature markets like the UK and Finland. But right here in Nigeria, we don't have any kind of accreditation. So what you have to do as a startup is to look for the type of network or investors or investor that is interested in whatever it is that your startup is doing.
Okay, thank you very much, Yemi. I mean, the questions just keep pouring, but unfortunately, our time is fast spent. Our next speaker is already online, so we're going to have to wrap this up. I'm going to give Banky the opportunity to wrap this up. I mean, you started with setting the tone for this panel conversation. You talked about the 3-level positioning. You also mentioned some of the things that the startups themselves need to position, or how they need to position themselves, and what they need to look for to be able to attract the kind of investment they need for their business. So from all of the questions coming in, it's clear to me that there are many startups and there are many people thinking about how they can access funding and what kind of community they can be a part of. So to wrap this up, Banky, please, what would be your last words to help the startups and the participants here understand how best they can get better access to investment for their business or their startups?
Sorry,
okay.
before you answer, please, Wale, can somebody put in the chat room the address of how you can contact EDC? Because there's so many questions asking for that.
Okay, Wale, maybe you can do that.
Yeah, so thank you very much. I mean, I put that in once, but for you to be able to get access to EDC, all you have to do is go to the EDC website. I'm going to put it in the chat box again. That's edc.edu.ng. That's www.edc.edu.ng. Once you visit that website, you'll be able to get access to EDC. EDC is in Lagos, in Abuja. We are also in Kano and in Kaduna, and we even have hubs in Ibadan and a few other areas in the northeast and in the south. So if you visit the website, you'll be able to get in touch with the EDC team, and they'll be very happy to invite you over and listen to you and connect you with the appropriate learning and opportunities that can help you grow. Back to you, Mr. Bankole.
Okay, thank you very much, Wale. Just, I will try and see if I can put this in 3 broad statements. The first one is, I would like to see a relationship development between the state and the players in this space. So the likes of Fola, Yemi Keri, everybody that are either some kind of investors, local investors, they should work together with Lagos State to be able to create a very viable ecosystem. So that if somebody is looking for something, they know that if I go to this position, and I think somebody talked about a one-stop shop, I will find everything that I need there. So this is what I would like to see in Lagos, point number 1. Point number 2 is that there has to be a way in which people understand that even before you start your startup, you need to build capacity. Once you have started, you need to continue to build capacity. And even when you are doing well, you need to build a different kind of capacity. And so at different stages of that journey, it's a lifelong learning, because the kind of things you are going to need will vary. If you are already in with the local investors, with the seed investor, when you want to go international, it's a different ball game, and people need to hold your hand, walk you through certain things. And so capacity building is very key. And then finally, I will say, whilst it is good to talk about attracting investments and everything, what Tito mentioned is something that is very dear to my heart. If you do not demonstrate that you have a minimum viable product that you yourself, you can use to beat your chest and say, I'm okay with it. If you are not able to demonstrate traction, you see, all these things about investment will just be like a joke. In fact, we have seen many businesses that have grown organically because they have something that is of value. But we're just saying that for rapid expansion, you will need to have some kind of external funding. But whilst you are doing that, please remember that as they bring money or investment into the organization, you will be diluted. TD said it very seriously. So your mindset, don't imagine that you will forever be the majority shareholder in your company. Sorry, it doesn't work like that. To the extent that you can even be butchered out if you don't deliver on the value that you promised. But it's all good, because if you can deliver today, even if you are out, you can go and deliver another value. Thank you very much for having
Fantastic. Me. Thank you very much, Mr. Bankole.
Sorry, yes. I must in here because I need to address the first and second points that
okay, so we'll give you less 30 seconds because I'm being prompted.
Yeah.
30 seconds, please. 30 seconds. 30 seconds.
Because Angel Network has already started this, creating the knowledge base. And also we have also started creating a platform where we're aggregating a lot of investors and the types of investments so that the entrepreneurs can, so we can therefore work with Lagos State to build on this. That's what I wanted to chip in.
Awesome, awesome. All right, so I'm going to follow Isabella's suit, and on behalf of the AOT 3.0, I want to say a big thank you to all the panelists. So I'm going to clap for you guys. I think you've done an amazing job on this panel, and I'm sure that the participants and their testimony will be very awesome. So I'll be handing over back to you, Isabella, to take control of the mic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anifowoshe, our moderator, and all our esteemed panelists. Some people have been at previous editions, so it's always good to see familiar faces. And also, having been through EDC, I know Mr. Anifowoshe, I know Mr. Bankole, so it's good to see familiar faces from the gown. It's always great when Town and Gown collaborates. Still Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. Next, we're moving to our keynote session. We had the first keynote session by Mr. Tommy Davis, and if you check the chat box, the feedback was amazing. And this next speaker is no stranger to Art of Technology Lagos. He's been there for all the editions, so I know that we're going to learn so much from him. I saw when he joined us, and I know he's ready to deliver. But first, we'll have an introductory video, and then we'll go straight to our second keynote session. While we're waiting for the introductory video of our next speaker, a big welcome to everyone joining us here on Zoom. We also have people who are joining us across different streaming platforms. On LinkedIn, we have almost 50 people, 46 people. On Facebook, over 100 people, 115. On YouTube, 57 people. That's over 200 people on a Saturday joining us, not to mention everyone on Zoom. So I believe the video is ready now, and we'll roll that out, and then next will be our speaker.
Advisory. Prior to joining PwC Nigeria, he was the president of the United Family Hospital during the SARS crisis in 2003 through early 2005. He holds a PhD in economics from Harvard University, an MA in philosophy and politics from Balliol College, the University of Western Ontario, Canada. Who advocates the changes that will unlock Nigeria's economic and human potential. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Andrew Nevin.
Please join me in applauding. You can do that in the chat box as we welcome our second keynote speaker, Dr. Andrew S. Nevin. He's Financial Services Leader and Chief Economist, PwC Nigeria, for the second keynote session. Over to you, Dr. Nevin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. At least I can.
All right, fantastic. No, what a kind introduction, and great to see so many friends here on that. Very excited about the AOT this year. I mean, I think we missed last year because of COVID. So I'm going to speak, I guess, a little bit. I have slides like people like me always do, but let me just start out by making a few introductory comments here. And to begin with. I mean, people are aware I'm sort of the chief economist of PwC Nigeria. And I think a lot of economic watchers of Nigeria are often express negative sentiments. But I want to say to this group that I am I've just arrived for the first time in Nigeria, December 1st, 2008. So now it's 13 years. I am more positive on the future of Nigeria than I ever have been. And this is despite, I mean, I don't speak about all of the challenges that we know. What we try to do at PwC is look beyond, and look a little bit deeper and see what's going on. And let me give you two reasons why I'm so optimistic, or three reasons why I'm so optimistic about Nigeria. The first reason is something that's changed enormously over the last 5 or 6 years in the country, is the real recognition and the action that a lot of what needs to happen in the country has to happen at the state and local level. And you look around, so 10 years ago, you didn't have states stepping up and really, apart from Lagos, really stepping up and driving their own destiny. And now we look around the country and we see state after state, governor after governor, even local LGAs getting involved in making real progress. Edo State, Ekiti State, Kaduna State, just Nasarawa, just Ogun, and of course Lagos on that. And that's really, really heartening. The second reason I'm just so optimistic about Nigeria is every day I am shown the energy of the young people. I mean, one of the things that's been very important to me in my time in Nigeria is to participate in the kind of journey of many Nigerians in many spheres, in NGOs, in education, but also in building businesses. And that energy level is irrepressible. There's no force on the planet that can dampen that enthusiasm. And the third reason I'm optimistic, and of course the topic for today, Art of Technology 3.0, is that we are leapfrogging in so many places using technology to solutions for the 21st century. So we're not doing things in old ways. They're not possible, and we cannot deliver education at the scale that's required in the old way. We cannot deliver healthcare required in the old way. And people are coming up with solutions that are appropriate for our circumstances on that. And that really gives me tremendous optimism. And I'm just, as I said, I'm really tired of this kind of negative narrative about Nigeria. I really feel like the next decade is going to be amazing. And at the center of that is going to be the technology on there. So thank you so much for that. So let me share a few slides that I have today, just to situate what we're talking about on the criticality the criticality of technology on there. So let me see if it comes up. There we go. So the topic I was given is, using startups for the economic growth of in Africa and Nigeria, and of course of Lagos itself. I have to confess, I lived for Lagos for 10 years. Really was my home. Is the place I've lived the longest as an adult. But I've now actually decamped to Abuja. I've just ended up with spending more and more time working with government entities, which also encourages me. And I'll talk about one of the things that's going on at the government level that's now becoming public that's really critical for technology. So I'm now based in Abuja, but I still go to Lagos frequently. And I said, I really feel like it's my. But let me just start by putting some numbers up that are really encouraging in this. This is just the rising tech landscape on there. You can see this is the number of companies that are getting significant venture capital funding on there. And yeah, I mean, we're just doing very well in Africa. We're the leading tech center in Africa. Lagos, of course, Yaba, in fact, is of course the center of that. It's happening around the continent. It needs to happen around the continent. But we also want to see Nigeria being number one. You can see the total amount raised there. Almost 1.4 billion last year, which is fantastic. But the thing that's amazing to me is you can start to see on this slide that the tech startup, the amount of capital being raised is actually bigger than other forms of FDI. I mean, this is a significant amount of money. It's really changing the way the country works. I think it's more money than if you actually look at, say, for example, international development aid. The tech funding, which is really to build businesses and build things that scale, is more than the amount of the aid that actually reaches the country. There's about $2.5 billion in aid in Nigeria, if I understand the numbers right. But more than half of it doesn't really ever reach the country. Whereas here we've got 1.3 trillion, sorry, 1.3, thinking in Naira terms, 1.233 billion in venture tech funding, which is just fantastic. And this number is only going to continue to grow. You can see it dropped off in 2020 because of COVID. And even though COVID's not finished, people have come back, and it's just going to accelerate over the next few years on that. Now, the other thing I think that's really encouraging to me, though, is, and I'll go in a little more detail in my time here, is that we're seeing investments across different fields. I mean, I myself, many of my clients are in the financial sector, and I'm very familiar with the fintech sector. And there's nothing wrong with the fintech sector. In fact, I need to make a plea to everyone on the session today. I'm actually with the CBN today on an e-Naira. Working on the e-Naira issue. E-Naira is just a fantastic innovation for Nigeria, and it's fantastic to see Nigeria be on the cutting edge of central bank digital currencies. And I would just like to encourage everyone on this in this session today to embrace the e-Naira, either in the way you do your own payments, but also if you're building a business that's in the fintech space, how do you incorporate the e-Naira and build on top of it? It's fantastic to see. The BVN was a great innovation. The e-Naira is a great innovation. The SEC is going to have tokenized digital assets very soon. We really are on the verge of perhaps having the world's most advanced financial system, and it's just very encouraging. So please embrace the e-Naira. But beyond fintech, what really encourages me is people are using technology to solve problems in different areas. So you can see in the top, for example, here we just break out into different sectors, the different startups. And of course, this is not the totality of it. There's also ed tech, ag tech, et cetera. But I mean, energy, e-commerce, logistics, Kobo 360, using technology to really leapfrog and find solutions to Africans' problems. And let me just jump ahead because I want to make sure I get through some of these slides. But one area that really excites me is the circular economy. So you think about, when we typically think of technology, as I said, we often think of fintechs, maybe medtech, edtech, which I'll talk about in a minute. But one of the areas that I'm really excited to see so much progress in is the circular economy, and particularly the problem of dealing with waste. It's not a glamorous area on that, but increasingly people are using technology to be able to address it. So here are some statistics up across the top in terms of solid waste generation. Of course, there's other issues in waste. It's not just solid waste, it's also the sanitation and water supply, et cetera. But in terms of the solid waste, we have huge generation of it. We're only collecting about 55% of it. We're only recycling about 4% of it. And 90% of it is being disposed of in unstructured ways, in uncontrolled dumps or land sites, as it says, dump sites on that. And you can see, some numbers on the bottom in terms of the amount of millions of tons of years of waste generation, the composition of it. Now, this for me is a fantastic opportunity for technology to be applied to solve this kind of problem. So this is like a real problem. It involves the physical world. It requires technology. It requires new ways of thinking about it. And now we see all around Africa the emergence of these startups that are taking it on. And this is what really encourages me when people try to find solutions to Africans' challenges in practical ways. So we've got some companies that are doing waste to energy. We've got some companies that do use technology to control the waste issue. We've got companies that take waste and turn it into construction material. We've got companies that take waste and turn it into useful products for agriculture. We've got other companies that are turning waste into clothing on that. So it's just amazing to see that and that energy level around it. And just a few examples of it. There's a company in Uganda producing paper bags. I mean, plastic, as we know, is a huge problem across the world. It is a disaster in Lagos, the use of single-use plastic bags on there. So this company in Uganda trying to solve that problem. In Ethiopia, they're doing something that I really think I'd love to see come to Lagos, which is the first waste-to-energy plant in that. So you've got a plant that is eliminating over 80% of the waste in Addis Ababa. And producing 25% of the power for the city on that. You've got EcoPost Kenya, which is creating fencing posts over waste material, creating more than almost 600 jobs in that. And then you also have Taka Taka, which is again taking the solid waste and recycling it and reducing Kenya's gas emissions. So this kind of innovation, and all these companies are driven by kind of young Africans. In circular economy, I think there's huge opportunities, and I know there's a few companies in Lagos that are participating in circular economy. I would like to see more and more done on the waste issue, the sanitation issue in the city, in Lagos on that. Energy, I mean, no question that the energy innovation, particularly around renewables, is incredible in Nigeria and Africa. But of course, Lagos is actually the hub for it. Many people on the call today or on the session will be familiar with All On, run by Dr. Wiebe Boer, of course, who grew up in Jos on that. So actually, we are in Lagos the most innovative hub for solar energy on the planet on that. But around the continent, you're also seeing other kinds of innovations. Here's a few companies that are doing interesting things. I mean, I think one of the things about Innovex in Uganda is, of course, it's using IoT technology, Internet of Things, which again is another technology that's hugely valuable in our context in Africa. On that, Liberia, Sierra Leone, we have Easy Solar, small scale solar as an example on there. And in Nigeria, we have so many different companies that we could cite as doing, Starsight is doing one. I actually am involved in a startup, Icon, which uses a unique technology here. But today we chose Quaint Energy as the one that we would sort of highlight on that, on how to bring clean energy. Again, I talked earlier about the fact there's so much progress in the States. Here's a project that's bringing clean energy to rural Nigeria in Kaduna, which I really, really applaud on that. But Lagos is actually the center of the world for solar innovation, small scale solar innovation right now. It's very exciting. EdTech, very exciting to me. I have a confession to make. I think it's still on my biography, but I'm a failed entrepreneur. I had an ed tech company in China. It 2005, 2008. The reason that I'm actually in Nigeria was my ed tech company failed. And I guess it's an important lesson for all of us. You know, people will survive failure. There's nothing wrong with trying something out that could solve an important problem. And, you know, in many cases, you may not succeed, but life still goes on. So my ed tech company failed. But I still believe in ed tech is just really critical. As again, it's not, in our context, it's not possible to deliver education or required scale without ed tech on there. So there's a lot going on in this area. U-Lesson is based actually in Abuja here. Shim Sagaya is the CEO of that. Many of you may be familiar with him. He's one of Nigeria's most successful serial entrepreneurs, was the founder of Conga back in the day. Now his new startup is U-Lesson, which is doing fantastically well here in Abuja on there. But a couple that we're highlighting here is the one in Kenya, which uses feature phones, and that to me is very exciting, because one of the things, of course, we know that is a challenge in ed tech or health tech is if we assume that someone has a smartphone, that's not an accurate assumption. More than 60% of the phones in Nigeria are feature phones. So someone then trying to solve a problem for Africa who says, actually, we can deliver education. We can figure out how to deliver education to over 1 million young Kenyans using a feature phone. It's just amazing. Then we've got lots of companies around that are delivering more and more content in innovative ways in ed tech. We just chose one for the purposes today of South African. Sorry, it's a little noisy. Someone's making a cappuccino nearby. So we chose one from South Africa, iExperience, that's doing it. But there's a number two in Hitch, for example, is trying very hard. A Nigerian based in Waterloo who's working very hard to bring similar technology here to Nigeria. So very exciting to see what's going on in ed tech all around Nigeria. E-health, again, this is an area where it's not really possible to deliver healthcare using traditional methods. So if you think of developed countries, typically you would have one physician for 500 people physically seeing patients on that. That model is, sorry, I'm just going to decamp slightly. It's getting a little bit noisy here. So sorry, everyone. Just with a session with my friends here on the. So it's not possible to deliver healthcare in a traditional way, in the way that it's delivered in developed nations on that, at the scale that we need and reaching all the communities we need to reach. So health tech is also something that's critically important as we go forward. I apologize for being slightly disruptive on that. So very exciting on that, and I really encourage startups. I've seen a number that have come to me and asked for my counsel in this area. I really encourage startups in health tech. If you remember from my introduction, I used to be president of a hospital. Of course, that hospital was run in a very traditional way, but would like to see more health tech startups in Africa. And one that I wanted to really highlight today, which is really exciting to me because it just also shows something else that's critical for us, is 54 Gene. So it's a startup based in Nigeria, but with US backing, but that collects African genetic code. And this to me is really critical because one of the things, of course, COVID highlights again, an immense gap in the work that's done in medical studies, different genetic makeups. So the way pharmaceuticals are developed, the way treatments are developed, are not developed appropriately for the African genetic code. So to see a company come and say, we're going to address this problem, to me is really, really exciting on there. And I'd like to see more of it. I do see from the US and Europe, there's more interest in creating things that are more appropriate for Africa in the healthcare system, including in mental health, which I'll talk about in a moment on that. But this company to me is very, very exciting on that. Agriculture, again, it's an area where we need technology to be able to achieve our goals on that. I mean, technology is played out across the whole value chain. Part of the issue with technology is also empowering farmers, so they have the information, they know where the markets are, they know that what they should be planting. We can use geospatial data to support them. Many companies are starting to do that. We see companies in Nigeria like Agromall, for example, which is just outstanding, who have the identity data and the geospatial data for hundreds of thousands of farmers, perhaps more at this particular point in time, and able to sort of solve the agricultural problem on that. So farm crowd is another one. So connecting the stakeholders together, using technology on that, it's been a great success story so far in Nigeria. I think it's going to go much further in the next few years on that. So let me stop the formal presentation there and just, again, kind of reiterate some of the key themes, I think, for me. I mean, as I said, there's no real successful path forward for Nigeria and Africa without embracing technology and using technology to solve our problems. But that said, I'm incredibly optimistic. I mean, one of the things I was listening to the previous session that really came out, I mean, I said a little bit earlier, I was also encouraged in Nigeria that we're seeing progress around the country. And even though this conference is about Lagos, it's very critical for Lagos to have all other poles of prosperity, because we all understand the challenges in our Lagos of the physical infrastructure and attracting migrants to the city who don't necessarily have economic opportunities in other parts of the country. To the extent that we get prosperity in Kaduna, we get prosperity in Benin City, we get prosperity in Calabar, it actually helps Lagos and takes pressure off of that. But we're seeing more and more structures arise that can support the development of these companies, and includes the kind of innovation hubs, Eco Hub, for example, Eco Innovation in Lagos, which is a big part of this program, the AOT program on there. I mentioned before that I would discuss briefly the new program that's coming, supported by the AFDB and the Office of the Vice President. It's a $500 million innovation program for Nigeria, which is going to expand the hubs and the cooperation with universities across Nigeria, which is very exciting. It's just getting finalized, and it will be rolled out in 2022 on that. There's more and more resources for young people to get involved and try the startups. And there's also more and more ability to connect Nigeria to the global value chain. So, I mean, I think one of the things that COVID has showed us, it's really stretched our thinking in terms of what can be done remotely on that. And of course, PwC wrote the paper a few years ago that pointed out that diaspora remittances were more important for the economic support of the country than even the oil industry on that. But we worry with the diaspora because, of course, the brain drain. So the question is, can we still export Nigerian brains without people leaving Nigeria? And we can see that there's just more and more opportunity to do it. So it's happening at an organized level. I'll cite Outsource Global, which is an amazing company founded by the Nigerian heroine Amal Hassan, who is created a company with 1,200 employees, 1,200 seats, doing business process outsourcing for UK and US companies. She's earning FX, or people are earning FX for the country. They're supporting their families, but they still live in Nigeria without having to leave the country. And I'm sure many of the people on our session today are either involved or will be involved soon in it being part of these global value chains, but where you remain in Nigeria to deliver that value. And I think that's one of the most exciting innovations for me, because it means we can earn the foreign exchange. We can solve our balance of payments issues. We can create good employment, whether it's in coding or business processing, outsourcing, or other high-end services for Nigerians to really advance the country. And of course, to the extent that we get bandwidth and connectivity throughout the country, again, these people don't all need to be in Lagos, and it's taking pressure off Lagos helps all of us. So that's a very exciting innovation to me. So when I take the combination of the startup ecosystem, so we've discussed ag tech, we've discussed clean tech, we've discussed fintech, we've discussed health tech. when I take the technology startup ecosystem, which is really starting to grow and emerge strongly in Nigeria, plus the opportunity for Nigerians to be inserted into global value chains because of the ability to remote work, do coding for employment, other BPO type services. Both of those things give me real optimism that we're kind of undergoing a technological revolution in Nigeria. And this concept of leapfrogging, which we all understand from mobile telephony, is going to be extended not just from the mobile phone, but also to all these other areas: education, healthcare, agriculture, et cetera. So I'm very optimistic. And I would encourage everyone participating today to think about both routes. Not everyone has to be an entrepreneur. Not everyone has to start their own company. But if you are going to start your own company, that's a fantastic path. You can fail, as I failed, and restart and rebuild. On the other hand, you can be a technology person that is inserted into a value chain, either within Nigeria or abroad, which makes a major contribution to the economy and earns a good living. On that, either path is fine. But overall, you can see how critical and central the technology and the technology skills of the young people in Nigeria are to the development of the country. So, as I said before, I'm so more optimistic now than I've ever been in the 13 years I've been here on that, and encourage all of you to kind of do the most to use your capacity to develop yourself and develop the nation. And finally, again, I'll kind of reiterate where I started, which is to encourage you all to do the e-Naira. It's an incredible innovation. It puts Nigeria at the forefront. We should be embracing these things that really can improve, in this case, the payments, the cost of payments, the financial inclusion at the bottom of the pyramid. And it's just an example of financial innovation that's really suited for what we need. So let me stop there. I really appreciate having a chance to participate on this. I'll try to stop sharing my screen if I can figure out that technology.
We also appreciate you, Dr. Nevin. I think there are so many points that you mentioned, and thank you for reiterating our need to embrace technology. I think that's very important. And when these innovations come, we need to embrace it, like the e-Naira. But you spoke about igniting staff for economic growth in Africa. What really struck me about your presentation was the vast amount of examples that you gave. And as somebody who has an interest in EdTech, it was interesting to see you share so honestly about your journey. I think failure is something we don't talk about. Amazing, and also on social media, I'll find time to read the comments. Big thank you to everyone who's one of our corporate sponsors. Apologies for that little break in transmission. We'll be moving next to our next item on the agenda, which is a product talk from one of our sponsors, PiggyVest. To speak to us, we have the co-founder of PiggyVest, Odunayo Eweni, who will be joining us now. Please, the mouth is and supporting Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. Over to you, Odunayo.
Hi, everyone. I wanted to say thank you to the organizers for allowing me to give this speech virtually. I'd like to ask for permission to share my screen. I think someone else is sharing. Oh, can I? Okay, figured it out. Thank you. Right. So I'm just going to be giving a very brief, I know it's a product talk, but I thought it would be a chance to kind of speak broadly on the role of fintech in Nigeria and I'll try to localize it to Lagos as much as possible. I thought it was very key to kind of take the opportunity to talk about like not just what PiggyVest is doing, but what the sector as a whole is doing. And I thought this would be a great way to start. Okay. So Lagos, right? We live in Lagos. I've lived in Lagos since I graduated from university. I've been in Lagos. Started all of my businesses in Lagos, and started notoriously PiggyVest inside Lagos. And I think that's natural because Lagos is the center of commerce in Nigeria, and I feel like that means that it's fair that this is the focus of my talk today. Lagos is responsible for 33% of Nigeria's GDP. And this is a very interesting number because Lagos forms only 0.3% of Nigeria's land mass. And I thought that that was an interesting metaphor for the role of technology within society relative to the size of our life that it takes up when it comes to effort. Now, the yearly population of Lagos is like at least 3% every year. Like, we're expanding, and we're one of the fastest growing economies in Africa. All of this is necessary to establish the fact that Lagos keeps growing. No matter what, we don't stop. And more people are moving than ever to Lagos because everyone in Nigeria is chasing economic prosperity. But one of the things I wanted to spotlight with this is that an often overlooked, and I suppose in recent time not as overlooked, part of Lagos and its relationship to technology is that one of the best, and it's my opinion, but I don't think you can more challenge it, one of the best parts of Lagos is how the changes in technology have helped Lagos survive, right? There is a marked difference, and I'm speaking from the point of view of a technocrat, between the Lagos pre-Yaba becoming the center of technology and post. And I'm not just talking about tech as in startups. I'm talking about tech as in telecommunications, tech as in commerce, the Jumias of the world, the Kongas of the world, the MTNs, the Glows, all of that. Everyone is headquartered in Lagos. And just watching the progress of those companies over the years is kind of like the same as watching the growth and the progress of Lagos over the years. Now, this entire product talk is centered around who are the products that have changed Lagos in the past couple of years. Telecoms, right? From 2002 till date, telecoms has played a major role, starting from pure calls to WhatsApp to cheaper telecommunication options to all of the features that the telco sector has added in the past years that have been so seamless, like borrowing credit. All of that, as tiny as it is and as cliche as it is, have contributed in one way or the other to the Lagos that we see today, contributed in one way or the other to the broader progress for Nigeria that we see today. Now, this is my favorite topic, so I'm just going to segue into it. Communication is very important, and it was there's definitely nothing that a lot of the fintech startups in Nigeria could have done today without the rails that is MTN's com sector, without data plans becoming cheaper, without calls plans becoming cheaper, and we're all working together. But communications is just one part of the puzzle, right? Payment is another. I'm old enough to remember when you could only pay with card once on the internet and the site couldn't store your card details. I'm old enough to remember when recurring payments were not a thing across Nigeria. In fact, old enough is a stretch because this was just in 2016. And then we got the advent of startups like InterSwitch, which went before all of us, Paystack and Flutterwave. Nigeria has payment infrastructure that needs to be improved. And that's knowledge that we all carry around. And with the non-existence of a proper credit sector, one of the interesting things that have happened is that we as Nigerians have had to adapt to paying in cash, in bulk, and upfront, which is interesting in and of itself, except for the fact that in 2016, we had to then start to move slowly from paying in person for all these transactions to being able to authorize them on the internet. An interesting thing that happened was Paystack came and said, how is it that we've all lived here for all of these years and we could only debit cards once? People could not put their cards and then vendors could debit it for subscriptions. Subscriptions were basically impossible because you had to authorize your card every time. Now, like, you can barely remember those times because it feels like we've had Paystack and Flutterwave always, but we've only had them for about 6 years. Lagos was going to catch up with itself if technology didn't, because again, businesses, gyms, restaurants, membership societies, even all of your basic vendors are now able to run subscription models because Paystack and Flutterwave were able to build on the progress of InterSwitch, which was able to build on the progress that banks and telcos had made in Lagos and in Nigeria. So InterSwitch started the online payment wave, and you have to give them that respect. And then the banks apps followed. But the explosion of commerce without contact started to blow up 4 to 5 years ago, which coincided with the advent of Paystack and Flutterwave into the country and into our tech ecosystem. Now, we had payments all sorted like in 2016, but what Paystack and Flutterwave did was enable people like myself, Joshua, and Sumto to build a product like PiggyVest. And we started it as well in 2016. What PiggyVest does is allow younger people, much like everyone who's watching, and even older people, like in any way or form, as long as you interact with your finances on your phone, you are able to log onto an app, sign up in 3 minutes, and begin to save. Automate it daily, weekly, monthly towards whatever target you're saving for. There's several other options, but what's key is that PiggyVest was built on the progress that Paystack and Flutterwave had, which was built on InterSwitch, which was built on telco, which was built on bank progress. The rising role that fintechs are playing today is by no means one that we've claimed by ourselves, but one that's built on the history and the evolution of technology within the country. Now, fintechs have allowed Lagos to accommodate a little bit more trade. Now, we know that cryptocurrencies are banned in Nigeria now, but they're not banned as much as they're banned from using the banking infrastructure. But arguably, Nigeria was on its way to becoming one of the world's largest users of crypto before that happened. Now, whatever the rules are, we all have to comply. But there is something to be said for how fast Nigeria is adopting a new technology. It doesn't matter what it is. And one of the things that has done the work of preparing our minds for the advent of those new technologies is fintech companies. If you were not comfortable using Paystack or Flutterwave, you were not comfortable using PiggyVest, then you wouldn't have been comfortable telling yourself about DeFi, because you needed the knowledge of understanding fiat, understanding payments to be able to adopt those currencies. That's what fintech does for Lagos. That's what fintech does for Nigeria. Now, PiggyVest in and of itself, and I'm proud to admit this, has done a lot to ease the bulk payment structure that still very much exists. We're allowing people to save daily, weekly, monthly, but in 90-day bursts, so that they are then able to meet these responsibilities easier. We've not fully solved paying for rent in bulk, paying for your car in bulk, paying for your education in bulk, but we've started by saving in bulk. We can help you do that. And I think that lays the groundwork for other fintechs to build on, to continue to make lives for Lagosians and general Nigerians easier. And the new technologies, right? We have companies like Vendis. I've spoken about fintech, but I wanted to touch on all the other kinds of tech that's making life easier. We have a company called Vendis, and Vendis is reducing the footprint along the supply chain for small and medium businesses. What they're doing is collapsing the time that it takes for merchants to waste time shopping for stock to restore their stores, and then letting commerce reach last mile with as little physical contact or physical interaction as possible. And this is particularly important because Lagos is home to the largest number of businesses in Nigeria, small, medium enterprise. And the work that like Vendis is doing is making it easier to be a small business owner, no matter where you are located, no matter like how you are doing business. Companies like this have now come in, built on the progress that like the other existing companies in Yaba and Lekki and VI have built, and are now making it even easier to chase commerce and to chase prosperity in Lagos and across Nigeria. So I wanted to say thank you for listening to me. Thank you for allowing me to do this virtually. And we're very glad as PiggyVest to be enabling this conference in 2021, just because we think that for Nigeria and for Lagos, we believe that technology is one of the ways that we're able to like catch up to the fourth industrial revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Odunayo Eweniyi, co-founder of PiggyVest. I really love the fact that you didn't just focus on the product, PiggyVest, but you spoke broadly. And thanks for also acknowledging all the work that has been done by other companies and building on it. I think what we've learned is that collaboration is indeed the new competition. It's one thing to compete, but it's another thing to collaborate to grow the ecosystem, the tech ecosystem. And well done on all the work that you're doing at PiggyVest. And thank you for supporting the industry by sharing your expertise at Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. We hope to see you next year at 4.0. I can see some of the comments in the chat box. I know that I wasn't the only one who enjoyed your product talk. Ayobayo Babade says, thanks, Odunayo, for that session. I am grateful. So thank you very much. Please keep the chat going. We have lots of comments from our different social media platforms. I'll read a few of them and then move straight into our breakout sessions. I see from, I believe it's YouTube, from Zainab Olawo. Thank you very much. This is really insightful. From Lanre Oladejo. Thankfully, AOT 3.0 fell on a weekend and it's online. Woo! Yes, AOT Lagos 3.0 Day 2 is on a Saturday today, and we're totally virtual. Yesterday, we had the physical aspect at Oriental Hotel, and we still had lots of people joining us virtually. So big thank you. I mean, that's the whole point of technology. We should be able to connect irrespective of where we are. I'll move to LinkedIn. We have some comments there. This is from Clara Chiwe Okoro. Amazing knowledge I gained from Tomi. Thank you. I loved how simply it was broken down in terms of equity sharing and shares allocation. You know, this year's theme is funding and a connected Lagos. As we will say, it is money that is the important, is the driving force. It is the main deal. So what's an idea if you don't have funding? And so many insights have been shared. One that's really stuck to me is that in the early stage of your startup, don't be in a hurry to get funding from different people. It's better to raise money internally. It's better to take part in innovation competitions. Don't just be in a hurry to give out equity at that early stage in exchange for funding. And yesterday we did give out some money. The governor gave out checks for last week awards, but Collaborate Lagos actually gave out checks of 500,000, 250,000, 1 million naira went out to the top 3 finalists. I'm talking about Vinesight, Retailer, and Sabi Teach. So these are opportunities for you to get grant funding without having to give away your equity. I know we're ready for our breakout sessions, and I like the fact that there's something for everyone. We have understanding the VC, what do investors want? That's understanding the VC logic. They're talking about venture capital. What are the investors looking out for? We also have African tech ecosystem. Where does the future lie for investors? We have build local versus build global. What is the future for African entrepreneurs? And we have policy and startups navigating the maze of policy changes. So there are lots of incredible breakout sessions for you to join, and we hope that you'll stay with us throughout. We're doing very well for time. I'm really happy. I just had to unmute myself. So to the 32 of you who yet haven't joined rooms, please, there's something for everyone. Do you want to know whether you should go local or go global? Then go to build local versus build global. What is the future for African entrepreneurs? Are you trying to get into the mind of venture capitalists to really understand what investors are looking for? Then go to understanding the VC logic. What do investors want? And if you're just wondering what the future lies for investors, then I urge you to join African Tech Ecosystem. Where does the future lie for investors? And finally, we have policy and startups navigating the maze of policy changes. Yesterday, one of the plenary sessions looked at the startup bill. So if you're into policy, that's definitely the session for you. Just join that breakout session. We just have just over 20 people that are unassigned. We'll give a few more minutes so that everybody joins a breakout room. Big thank you to everyone who has spoken today. We had interesting product talks from Piggy Vest, one of our corporate sponsors. We also had from Trips, one of our corporate sponsors. We've had 2 keynote sessions back to back, fully loaded and insightful. Of course, we've heard from the convener himself, that is Mr. Tubosu Alake, Special Advisor to the Governor of Lagos State on Innovation and Technology. Remember that the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, is the chief host of Art of Technology Lagos, and this year marks the 3rd anniversary. And it will interest you to know that we've had over 10,000 people attend Art of Technology Lagos over the past 2 years. Isn't that fabulous? I mean, that's amazing. That's really commendable. And I have to give it to the Lagos State government as well as Eco Innovation Center for ensuring that the Art of Technology Lagos happens year in, year out. 20 people, please let's move to our breakout rooms. One more time, we have policy and startups navigating the maze of policy changes. We also have, for those of you interested in VC capital, we have understanding the VC logic. What do investors want? We have the African tech ecosystem. Where does the future lie for African entrepreneurs? And we have, I beg your pardon, where does the future lie for investors? For entrepreneurs, we have build local versus build global. What is the future for African entrepreneurs? And understanding the VC logic, what do investors want? Just about 14 people that need to join the breakout session. Again, let's keep the engagement going. I definitely am impressed and happy to see a lot of the comments that have been coming in. Big thank you to everyone who is joining us. We have from Otto Obong Idem. He says slides be shared to all participants. He's asking for slides. You know, the great thing is that we're streaming live. So after the stream is over, you will be able to watch the playback and then you can view all the slides. So I hope that answers your question. Excuse me. Just under 10 people who are going to join the rooms. I'll still read out a few more comments. And this one is from, this is actually from LinkedIn. And it says, Colin C. Akumabor, great learning from Mr. Tommy Davis. We also have Clara Chinwe Okoro saying it's pretty expensive getting consultants. Yes, that's why you should avail yourself of all the opportunities conferences like Art of Technology Lagos presents. While you can't get a consultant due to the expenditure and how expensive they are, you can get a lot of freebies, I'll say, by attending Art of Technology Lagos. You can pick the brains of experts in the field. You can learn from them, you can network, you can engage. We just have 8 more people who need to join rooms. Please do join a room. I'll say the rooms again. Understanding the VC logic, what do investors want? Tech ecosystem, where does the navigating the maze of policy changes? Please do join a room. Oh, I see a comment, and this is for me, from Dr. Halima Balogun Ahmedu. Thank you to Isabella. You have been a great MC. I appreciate the kind feedback, but the honest truth is all the attendees make the job easier by engaging, by asking questions, by sharing feedback, by cheering on all our speakers and giving your full attention. So I also appreciate every single one of you. Thank you very much for being such a responsive audience. Thank you, Dr. Halima. Rooms. Oh, now there are only 4 more people. Great. 3 more people. An opportunity also to post your screenshots, your pictures, your videos across social media. Let's get the word out there. Make sure you use our hashtags, Art of Technology, hashtag Art of Technology Lagos, and hashtag AOT Lagos. So we can find your post. Please use our different hashtags for today. Remember, this is day 2 of Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. I see we have a few more people waiting to be admitted. I'll go ahead and admit. Please, as soon as you join, let's move to our breakout sessions. You don't want to miss anything, really. There's the benefit of small groups as well as big groups. And the great thing is you can move between sessions. If you can't seem to make up your mind, oh, I'd like this session, why not try a session for 5 minutes? If it's not what you're looking for, you can move to the next session. So I encourage everyone to join one of the breakout rooms. Very important. Again, congratulations to all the startups who took part in Collaborate Lagos. 3 finalists went home with cash prizes. I'm talking about Sabi Teach in 3rd position, Retailer in 2nd position, and in 1st position, VineSight. Congratulations. If you didn't win any money, good luck for next year, and also avail yourself of these opportunities of raising funding. Remember, this year's theme is funding and a connected Lagos. So all about funding, like we say, Owo Nikoko, very important. We also want to thank all our corporate sponsors. We have Flutterwave, thank you. Piggyverse, thank you. Trove, thank you. AutoCheck, thank you. Bank of Industry, thank you very much for putting your money where your mouth is, for supporting the tech ecosystem. We are truly appreciative of all the support for making Art of Technology Lagos 3.0 a reality. So we just have about 4 people to join. Please let's join one of the breakout sessions. You'll be missing out if you're not in a breakout session. Again, I'll just read them all out. Policy and startups, navigating the maze of policy changes. We also have build local versus build global. What is the future for African entrepreneurs? African tech ecosystem, where does the future lie for investors? And finally, understanding the VC logic. What do investors want? Go join a breakout room. Trust me, there are lots of nuggets there waiting for you. Knowledge is power. We are in a knowledge economy. So to leverage the full potential of technology, you need to have the requisite knowledge. So please, let's join a room. I'll be taking a break from moderating, from emceeing, to allow everyone to focus in their group and coming back soon.
think I was kicked out. Hello? Am I back? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Is this the understanding?
Yes, I think I was kicked out from a session.
Yeah, me too. But I don't want to go to the ecosystem.
Hello, everyone. Apologies, we just had a minor tech issue. Please be rest assured that we are working really hard to make sure that everybody is back in their breakout rooms. So please just bear with us. We are aware. By no means are the sessions over, so please do not go. While we're waiting for
Ade.
For the issue to be resolved, please let's put all our mics on mute. I can hear some people. Please let's mute ourselves. But that being said, we mute our conversations. We can actually have conversations in the chat box. Please let's please let's mute ourselves. Please let's mute ourselves. Very important. So please bear with us very, very soon. We'll all be back in our breakout rooms. Now's a good time to just engage in the chat box. I'm going to go through some of the comments. I'm seeing impactful session, and that's referring to Dr. Nevin's keynote, which was our second keynote. Thank you. Sorry, why did the breakout session close out before it starts? Didn't hear the reason. Okay, that is from Reshayo Kasumu. The reason is we had a minor tech issue. That's the reason why the breakout sessions closed, the breakout rooms closed. But that tech issue is being resolved very, very soon. So please be on standby. Please do not leave. We will be reopening all the breakout rooms again for you to continue the conversations. Very important. All of that is being taken care of. If you do have any more questions, do let me know. I'll try to get through as many questions and read as many comments as I can. I see from E. Obafemi, valuable share there, Odunayo, thank you. That's referring to the product talk by one of our corporate sponsors, Odunayo Eweni, co-founder of PiggyVest. Do check them out. I'll go to the, Ify Hope says, hi, I'm on a panel for policy and startup. How do I get in? Yes, you will be getting in shortly to your breakout room. We're experiencing a minor technical issue, which is being resolved as I speak. So please exercise some patience. We will be getting everybody back to their breakout rooms. Okay, got it, thanks. Please, if you have any questions, just chat me up in the chat box. Ademuyiwa, this is Mrs. Ademuyiwa. Please verify I am on the, can't see the rest of the message. I'll still come back to it. Please just bear with us. And now's a good time to also share some insights. If you joined us from the first day, what did you take out from the first day? What was the high point for you? Please share in the chat box or across social media if you are streaming. For me, the first day, one thing that became very evident is that funding is definitely key. It's the lifeline of every startup. And there are different ways of raising funds. And one of the things that really interested me is the startup bill. And it's so good to see governments collaborating with the tech ecosystem and also the academia too, playing a role. And it's one thing to do a lot of talking, it's another thing to actually do the work in terms of making funds available. And seeing the Lagos State government through LASRIC, which is the Lagos State Research and Innovation Council, give out checks, not just to innovators and researchers, but catching them young. They gave out checks to students, and the students who took 500,000 naira home made an imagery drone. And the good thing about it was that he utilized waste at biscuit wrappers, what we call scrap and rubbish. He turned his trash into treasure and earned 500,000 for that. So he's one, being innovative, and two, he's providing a solution for the waste problem. So that was really good. I was really happy to see that. What I did wish I saw was more girls. I wish I saw more girls winning. I think we need to do more in terms of getting girls and women into tech. And that's the place for STEM. STEM in schools, that's the place for EdTech. What are we doing to encourage more women, more girls to be involved in technology? I think that is something even Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, definitely agreed with me on, that we need to do more to get more girls involved in tech. So I'll just check with the tech team to see. I believe the breakout rooms, we're having the breakout rooms again. I'll just go through the different breakout rooms again for those who are joining us and are not sure which room to join. We have understanding the VC logic. What do investors want? We have African tech ecosystem. Where does the future lie for investors? We had build local versus build global. What is the future for African entrepreneurs? And finally, policy and startups, navigating the maze of policy changes. So very interesting topics. I see someone agreeing with me, and that is Jadesola Adedeji. Yes, for sure. STEM education for all. That's what we've been doing at STEM Met for the last 7 years. Well done, and keep up the good work. I think with 20% representation of women in the tech startups, that's the tech startup space. It's a good starting point. But if the population is 50% women, I think we can go from 20% to 50%. So this is a challenge to you. And also, you know what they say, the reward of good work is more work. So more work for you at STEM Met in getting more girls interested in into tech. Yes, you're laughing. Yes, the reward of good work and great work is more work. And it's definitely a lot of work. I think stereotypically, we're made to believe that sciences is for the boys, sciences is hard, technology, engineering, mathematics, these are male-dominated careers, but it doesn't mean that girls cannot be involved and rise to the top. So well done on all the work that you're doing. We definitely appreciate that. Please keep your comments coming in the chat box. If you have any questions, do let us know. I was just sharing some of the learnings I took away from, and the high points I took away from day one, which was physical and virtual, because yes, we had over 1,000 people join us physically at Oriental Hotel. We had the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Governor Olushola, Mr. Governor Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu join us. We had the Deputy Governor, Dr. Obafemi Hamzat, join us. We also had the Minister all the way at Expo 2020 join us virtually. I'm talking about the Minister of Communication and Digital Economy, Dr. Issa Ali Pantami. He joined us and he reiterated the federal government's commitment to technology, into digitization. So one thing that struck me about Mr. Governor was his willingness to collaborate. He's willing to collaborate. He's willing to hear from everyone. He's admitted that he doesn't have all the answers, and that's why he's willing to listen to us, to engage with us, and do everything in his power to ensure that technology makes us a smarter city, it simplifies our lives, and it provides solutions for the myriad of problems that we face. So that was really a high point for me, just seeing the willingness and the commitment of government at different levels in engaging the tech ecosystem, in listening to the challenges, in preferring solutions. So we say a big, big thank you to Mr. Governor. So please feel free to share your feedback from day one. Indeed, it was a packed day. We had several keynote sessions, several plenary sessions. We had product talks from Bank of Industry, which is one of our corporate sponsors. We had a product talk from Flutterwave. We also had a product talk from Meta, formerly Facebook. So that was really interesting. We had a pitch competition as part of Collaborate Lagos. As I earlier mentioned, we had winners going home with cash prizes. We had VineSight in first position. We had Retailer in second position. And finally, we had Sabi Teach, an EdTech startup, in third position. Several grants were given out. We had grants of 5 million naira given out to innovators by LASRIC, that's Lagos State Research and Innovation Council. LASRIC also gave out awards to researchers in universities ranging between about 2.5 million and 3.5 million. We also had we also had grants, prize money going out to students. 3 students went home for taking part in the Innovation and Ideas competition, which was run, which occurred in Lagos State. The competition targeted all the secondary schools in Lagos State. So this was really good. After all, this year's theme is funding and a connected Lagos. So that was really very encouraging, if you ask me. So please share your feedback. I'll also go to social media to see what is happening. I see from Eleojo Ben says, great session. From Ademuyiwa Adejare, thank you so much, and thank you very much. And I believe these comments were referring to the session by our second keynote address, Dr. Nevin. I really enjoyed that session because sometimes you're not sure of what's happening in the market, but he gave so many examples as to the different startups that are in Nigeria and even beyond Nigeria. We saw startups across Africa. And one thing he also shared is that it's okay if you feel in your startup business, you can take your key learnings and you can start all over again. But hopefully by attending events like Out of Technology Lagos 3.0, listening to experts, our hope is that the process of progressing in the tech ecosystem will be easier. You'll be able to overcome the challenges, learning from the experience of others. They say experience is the best teacher, but I don't think we all have to be taught by experience. We can learn from other people who have gone ahead of us. So please keep your comments going. Please ask your questions in the chat box. I'm going through them. I'll really appreciate that. I see some comments here. I'll see how many I can read. This is from Babatunde. Good day, everyone, and kudos to you all for this impactful program. Oh, thank you very much. We're glad you find it impactful. Thank you very much. You know, the feedback has definitely been amazing, and we're grateful to have everybody here. You know, we have everybody sharing, engaging. We say thank you for collaborating. Thank you for networking, and thank you for just your contributions. There was something that Dr. Nevin said, that everybody doesn't have to be an entrepreneur. it might not be your cup of tea to roll up your sleeves and venture into the tech world, but you can be an adopter of technology. So in your own way, you can contribute to the tech ecosystem by adopting a lot of the tech innovations coming out. And one thing Dr. Nevin encouraged each and every one of us was to definitely adopt the e-Naira. If you have adopted the e-Naira, let me know your experience in the chat box. I think that would be interesting. What has been your feedback? What has been your experience? What feedback do you have on e-Naira? So just chat me up. I know Dr. Nevin said, by all of us adopting e-Naira, it helps to, move our position in the tech world as a country, Nigeria, even Lagos as a state within Nigeria. So that's really the future. This digital currency, something that is going to continue to evolve. It's here to stay, definitely. So I'm just going to go through more of the comments. Please keep them coming. We appreciate every single one of you. Thank you very much for staying with us. We appreciate you, and thank you for engaging as well. So let us know in the chat box if you've tried the digital currency, the e-Naira introduced by the Central Bank of Nigeria. What has your experience been? Is this something you recommend, like Dr. Nevin? Is this something that you believe is here to stay? Have you had any challenges? Did you download the app? If you haven't, what is stopping you? What misgivings do you have, or why are you on the fence in terms of using the e-Naira? Please let us know in the chat box. Also let us know your feedback so far from today and yesterday, which was day one of Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. What were the high points for you? What did you enjoy? And also, how can we be better? Give us feedback. We want to build on Art of Technology Lagos on each edition. I mean, in over just 2 years, we've recorded 10,000 people join us physically and virtually. Isn't that just amazing? And that's what technology can do. We also want you to use the chat box as a means for networking. If you couldn't join us physically and meet certain people in the room, it doesn't mean that you can't network today. So please use the chat box to network. Use it to exchange ideas, exchange contact details, share insight and feedback. You never know. On Twitter, they say kindly retweet this tweet. My helper might be on your timeline. So I'm saying it here. Your helper, could be in the chat box. So if you don't speak up, if you don't make the effort at engaging, you will never receive that help. Take that first step by making use of this platform, making use of this opportunity to engage, to network, to collaborate, to share learnings, and to also let us know how we can also improve Art of Technology Lagos. What would you like to see at AOT Lagos 4.0? Our ears are wide open. Let us know what you would like. Let us know what you have enjoyed so far, what you would like to see, that we keep on board. I know when it comes to funding, pitch competitions are definitely something, are definitely things that I would like to see more often, more innovation competitions, more ideas competitions, more hackathons that are targeting early startups, because usually when the startup begins, funding is an issue and a lot of bootstrapping occurs. People are putting in their own money, putting in their sweat, putting in their capital. And just that little seed funding can go a long way, instead of trying to get equity so soon, or trying to get funding from the banks. It's really important that we have these competitions that encourage early startups with their funding needs. So personally, I'd like to see more money given out. Last week, thank you, but more can be done. Personally, I also love to see more things targeted at students, not just in secondary schools, but also in the university. And not just researchers. Let's also look at startups within the university community as well, funding for them. I think that will go a long way. That's definitely something. Let us know your experience so far in terms of funding and the Connected Lagos. I'd like to hear your views on this year's theme. Let's have your feedback. Let's have your comments. Let's have that interaction going in the chat box. And if you're feeling a bit shy, maybe you might want to send a direct message. Keep it polite and keep it clean. This is a platform for serious connections, business connections, tech connections. Please, let's keep it clean. Let's not abuse the platform. Let's leverage the opportunities that technology presents itself with. I encourage every one of you to make use of this opportunity. And again, thank you for staying with us. It's a Saturday, and a lot of people have so many things lined up, but you've decided to come and spend time with us at Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. And indeed, we are grateful for your participation. Big thank you to the Lagos State government. Big thank you to Eco Innovation Center for ensuring that AOT Lagos happens each year. This is the third edition. And so many things come out from Art of Technology Lagos. I can tell you.
Am I in the right place?
Yes, you are in the right place. Yes, you are in the right place. You are at Art of Technology Lagos 3.0. And I was just saying that just seeing some of the outcomes, positive outcomes. In the first year, Art of Technology Lagos, we saw the unveiling of the Lagos Innovation Master Plan. That blueprints by the Lagos State government in leveraging the many benefits of innovation and technology. Well done to the Lagos State government, led by Mr. Governor, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Thank you for ensuring that there is a blueprint, a guide, an innovation master plan. In the second year, that's AOT Lagos 2.0, we saw the launch of Lagos Open Source. And the great thing about Lagos Open Source, it's a platform for policymakers and members of the tech ecosystem to engage and collaborate. The government, again, reiterating its commitment to the tech ecosystem by opening that platform, Lagos Open Source. And then we also had the launch of Startup Lagos. So these are just three things I've shared, tangible things that have come out from Art of Technology Lagos. And I know AOT Lagos 3.0, like I mentioned, we had pitch winners who went home with their checks yesterday. How do you have a conference themed funding and a connected Lagos and you don't actually see funds being disbursed? That was really, really amazing, and well done again to the organizers. So this is not just your average conference. Like I said earlier, we've recorded over 10,000 participants physically and virtually over the past 2 years. Yesterday at Oriental Hotel in Lagos, we had over 1,000 people, about 1,500 people attend physically. We had hundreds of people attend virtually, streaming across LinkedIn, Facebook, and YouTube. And today again, we've had hundreds of people joining us on Zoom and joining us on our various streaming platforms. So big thank you. The reason we're doing this is for you to engage, for you to collaborate, for you to share ideas, for you to take your key learnings. So you participating fully is definitely a testament that something is working. So we really appreciate you. So I'm just going through some of the hashtags, AOT Lagos, and I can see some beautiful pictures here that have been posted. I can see some clips, video clips. I can see some posters here with the hashtag. I think we can do better. Please share your experience using hashtag AOT Lagos. Using hashtag Art of Technology Lagos and hashtag Art of Technology. So I'm just going through some of the hashtags to see what you have been sharing online. I'm also going back to the chat box. So we'll be going on a quick break, but don't go anywhere. For those just joining us, we have some interesting videos we would like to play for you while we resolve the issue of the HR, I beg your pardon, while we resolve the issue of the breakout rooms. So we have some videos that will keep you informed and hopefully also entertained, and you'll find some valuable information in these videos. And I'll be back shortly with more information and an update with the breakout sessions. Please don't go anywhere. Our videos will start playing soon.
So, if you want to stay on track financially, join over 2 million people like me who use Piggyvest to do just that. Simply download the Piggyvest app to get started today.
Lagos, a metropolitan city with a population of over 20 million people, has ambitions to transform into a smart city at the 21st century.
It's a gift by the government, but it has to be or even there is no influence as far as government is concerned.
So on a day-to-day basis, we try and turbocharge the mechanisms that we use to solve these problems. Now, how do we do this? We intervene through a series of programs within the innovation ecosystem. We launch and we drive technology projects in Lagos that will deliver on economic value.
In May 2020, LASRIC initiated a call-out for research initiatives and innovative ideas in the area of manufacturing, food security, COVID-19 and health management. Entries were received from all over the state. Lagosians demonstrated ingenuity and capacity for developing concepts that makes life better.
So we look at who are the drivers, who will make these things happen, and do they have the capacity and the tendency to be able to make it happen. Because the value proposition may be very good, but if the right people are not there, it will not happen.
In August 2020, the government made good their promise by redeeming its commitment to fund research and development initiatives.
It gives me great pleasure to be here today. It is in many respects a landmark day. A day that cements the commitment this administration has for the advancement of science and technology in Lagos.
The qualified candidate and would-be beneficiaries represent initiatives and ideas that are ready to resource for the development of Lagos. The fund's recipient deployed resources received from the government to create resourceful, tangible development, lifting our people out of poverty and advancing knowledge.
Nigeria Kids an EdTech company that brings accessible and affordable education to children using technology and gamification.
Jivo is a tech-enabled solution that aggregates, educates, and incentivizes residents in the communities to recycle their waste. We also provide incentives for them to do that. And through this process, we create value within the communities, creating jobs, and providing means of livelihood through these recyclables that they process.
We are an ag-tech enterprise that helps smallholder farmers operate at commercial scale. What that means is we provide farmers with access to information, to know what to grow, how to grow, with a focus on improving regenerative farming practices.
There are widespread interventions that university decided to go into. One of it was the development of the ventilator for addressing respiratory challenge in patients that are affected by the infection. Incidentally, as it were, around that time, Nigeria was said to have less than 500 ventilators for over 200 million people.
Yeah, we heard about the Last Week Fund sometime in the middle of the COVID period. It was actually one of my colleagues that found it, Ufoma, and she worked on the application throughout. And of course, we were part of an interview process. That was where I really got to understand more about the people behind it and the process around it. So yes, in terms of helping us achieve, it was really instrumental at that stage of the business when we got the funds, because it was used to help us prove some of the concepts that we had identified and wanted to pursue. For example, processing materials into PPE was something we're able to use the funds for. So in the last year, we've been able to make over 20,000 units of face shields and face masks for the communities based on the recyclables collected. That might have been more difficult to do without the Last Week intervention.
So our last week project was about taking the games to the public schools. And we wanted to take it to a number of the public schools in Lagos so that they can have fun learning, using technology, and be exposed to digital skills. The last week fund was really God sent. So we've actually been doing this initiative in a much smaller scale. So with the last week grant, what that allowed us to do is go from 60 children to 5,000. And we're really grateful to Lagos State and the last week grant for making this possible.
For us as researchers, for us as innovators, what we did was a demonstration of what we call proof of concept. If not for that last week, that proof of concept will not have gotten to this stage.
The Last Week Fund has helped us significantly. The office right behind me is something that we were able to afford through the Last Week grant. We're also able to grow our team from a number of 3 people to 10 people, and also we're able to scale our product development and the number of farmers that we're able to support. So the Last Week Fund has been quite critical in our growth trajectory.
Yes, I think I would like to say, of course, it's a very laudable initiative, and I think it should be kept up.
I'll start with saying a big thank you. Thank you for helping our dreams come true.
This is in the right direction in terms of providing funding to entrepreneurs. I also think that policies that help for a more suitable business environment should be looked into.
So Lagos State should not relent. They should continue to show that leadership that they have been showing among the committee of states that we have in Nigeria. They should continue to support researchers. They should continue to support innovators. They also should continue to build capacity.
The launching of Last Week Grant Fund goes ahead to cement the unwavering commitment of this administration to not only build better solutions, but to find innovative ways to create a better Lagos for all.
What does the path to success in your online business look like? What are the ingredients needed to succeed in selling online? Here's the obvious hint. You need the Flutterwave store. Here are the ingredients you need to succeed. Great product images, responsive layout, default payments integration, instant notifications, fast checkout, and even delivery. If you have no coding skills or knowledge, you're just as welcome because the Flutterwave store doesn't require any. You can create a store for your business for free and start selling in 5 minutes or less. Step 1. Visit www.flutterwave.com/store and click on Set up your store for free. Step 2. Complete the sign-up form and click Get Started. Step 3. Check your email inbox for verification mail and click on the link. Select how you want to accept payments. Step 4. Click on Store in the side menu of your admin panel, fill in the details, and take it online. Step 5. Add products and start selling. Create your own online store today and receive payments from around the world. The Flutterwave store. Just sign up, list, and sell. It's that easy.
It's very easy to lose track of one's finances, especially in a pandemic. Luckily for me, PiggyVest helps me stay on track. I automate my savings using the piggy bank feature, which allows me save any amount daily, weekly, or even monthly, whatever rocks my boat. I set aside funds for emergencies in my Flex Naira wallet, meaning I don't have to touch my savings even when emergencies come up. Now, when I have funds I do not want to touch at all for a period of time, I use SafeLock. This is my personal favorite because it's temptation-proof. Wait a minute, I saved to get my new car using Target Savings, and I am currently saving with my girls for our next girls trip to Dubai. To top it off, when I want to save in dollars, Flex Dollar got me covered. I am able to earn up to 13% interest per annum on savings and up to 25% on investments using the Investify feature. Signing up was super easy. I simply downloaded the PiggyVest app and created my account in less than 5 minutes. So, if you want to stay on track financially, join over 2 million people like me who use PiggyVest to do just that. Simply download the PiggyVest app to get started today.
Whatever your desire is, to show that special someone just how much they mean to you, to get a new certification or skill for better pay, to expand a business, to prepare for the rainy day, or to be financially free, the one thing that makes the difference every time is discipline. The discipline to keep saving for your desired goal no matter what. You already have the desire, and with PiggyVest, you've got the discipline part covered. So, download the PiggyVest app today. PiggyVest, the better way to save and invest.
It's very easy to lose track of one's finances, especially in a pandemic. Luckily for me, PiggyVest helps me stay on track. I automate my savings using the piggy bank feature, which allows me save any amount daily, weekly, or even monthly, whatever rocks my boat. I set aside funds for emergencies in my Flex Naira wallet, meaning I don't have to touch my savings even when emergencies come up. Now, when I have funds I do not want to touch at all for a period of time, I use SafeLock. This is my personal favorite because it's temptation-proof. Wait a minute, I saved to get my new car using Target Savings, and I am currently saving with my girls for our next girls trip to Dubai. To top it off, when I want to save in dollars, Flex Dollar got me covered. I am able to earn up to 13% interest per annum on savings and up to 25% on investments using the Investify feature. Signing up was super easy. I simply downloaded the PiggyVest app and created my account in less than 5 minutes. So, if you want to stay on track financially, join over 2 million people like me who use PiggyVest to do just that. Simply download the PiggyVest app to get started today.
Lagos, a metropolitan city with a population of over 20 million people, has ambitions to transform into a smart city and a 21st century economy. Lagos State is not without its attendant challenges, and the Lagos State government is set to take on these challenges head-on. The Lagos State Governor, His Excellency Babajide Sanwo-Olu, set out to position Lagos State as one of the world's knowledge hubs and ecosystem. In 2019, the Lagos State government inaugurated the Lagos State Science, Research and Innovation Council last week with a mission to create wealth, growth, and tackle societal challenges through the application of science and technology.
Lagos Science and Research Council will be having a seed money of 250 million for all of you tech hubs that are here to go engage them and see and believe and dream and see that your tomorrow has started today.
Last week is a council which is different from the ministry and is different from the government per se. We wanted it to work outside government. It's a gift by the government, but it has to be managed properly, which means it should not suffer the bureaucracy of government, or even there is no influence as far as government is concerned.
So on a day-to-day basis, we try and turbocharge the mechanisms that we use to solve these problems. Now, how do we do this? We intervene through a series of programs within the innovation ecosystem. We launch and we drive technology projects in Lagos that will deliver on economic value.
In May 2020, last week initiated a call-out for research initiatives and innovative ideas in the area of manufacturing, food security, COVID-19 and health management. Entries were received from all over the state. Lagosians demonstrated ingenuity and capacity for developing concepts that makes life better.
So we look at who are the drivers, who will make these things happen, and do they have the capacity and the tendency to be able to make it happen. Because the value proposition may be very good, but if the right people are not there, it will not happen.
In August 2020, the government made good their promise by redeeming its commitment to fund research and development initiatives.
It gives me great pleasure to be here today. It is in many respects a landmark day. A day that cements the commitment this administration has for the advancement of science and technology in Lagos.
The qualified candidate and would-be beneficiaries represent initiatives and ideas that are ready to resource for the development of Lagos. The fund's recipient deployed resources received from the government to create resourceful, tangible development, lifting our people out of poverty and advancing knowledge.
Naija Kids an EdTech company that brings accessible and affordable education to children using technology and gamification.
Jivo is a tech-enabled solution that aggregates, educates, and incentivizes residents in the communities to recycle their waste. We also provide incentives for them to do that. And through this process, we create value within the communities, creating jobs, and providing a means of livelihood through these recyclables that they process.
We are an ag-tech enterprise that helps smallholder farmers operate at commercial scale. What that means is we provide farmers with access to information, to know what to grow, how to grow, with a focus on improving regenerative farming practices.
There are widespread interventions that university decided to go into. One of it was the development of the ventilator for addressing respiratory challenge in patients that are affected by the infection. Incidentally, as it were, around that time, Nigeria was said to have less than 500 ventilators for over 200 million people.
Yeah, we heard about the last week fund sometime in the middle of the COVID period. and it was actually one of my colleagues that found it, Ufoma, and she worked on the application throughout. And of course, we were part of an interview process. That was where I really got to understand more about the people behind it and the process around it. So yes, in terms of helping us achieve, it was really instrumental at that stage of the business when we got the funds, because it was used to help us prove some of the concepts that we had identified and wanted to pursue. For example, processing materials into PPE was something we were able to use the funds for. So in the last year, we've been able to make over 20,000 units of face shields and face masks for the communities based on the recyclables collected. That might have been more difficult to do without the last week intervention.
So our last week project was about taking the games to the public schools. I'm going to take it to a number of the public schools in Lagos so that they can have fun learning, using technology, and be exposed to digital skills. The last week fund was really God sent. So we've actually been doing this initiative in a much smaller scale. So with the last week grant, what that allowed us to do is go from 60 children to 5,000. And we're really grateful to Lagos State and the last week grant for making this possible.
For us as researchers, for us as innovators, what we did was a demonstration of what we call proof of concept. If not for that last week, that proof of concept will not have gotten to this stage.
The last week fund has helped us significantly. The office right behind me is something that we're able to afford through the last week grant. We're also able to grow our team from a number of 3 people to 10 people, and also we're able to scale our product development and the number of farmers that we're able to support. So the last week fund has been quite critical in our growth trajectory.
Yes, I think I would like to say, of course, it's a very laudable initiative, and I think it should be kept up.
I'll start with saying a big thank you. Thank you for helping our dreams come true.
This is in the right direction in terms of providing funding to entrepreneurs. I also think that policies that help for a more suitable business environment should be looked into.
So Lagos State should not relent. They should continue to show that leadership that they have been showing among the committee of states that we have in Nigeria. They should continue to support researchers. They should continue to support innovators. They also should continue to build capacity.
The launching of last week Grant Fund goes ahead to cement the unwavering commitment of this administration to not only build better solutions, but to find innovative ways to create a better Lagos for all.
What does the path to success in your online business look like? What are the ingredients needed to succeed in selling online? Here's the obvious hint. You need the Flutterwave store. Here are the ingredients you need to succeed. Great product images, responsive layout, default payments integration, instant notifications, fast checkout, and even delivery. If you have no coding skills or knowledge, you're just as welcome, because the Flutterwave store doesn't require any. You can create a store for your business for free and start selling in 5 minutes or less. Step 1. Visit www.flutterwave.com/store and click on Set up your store for free. Step 2. Complete the sign-up form and click Get Started. Step 3. Check your email inbox for verification mail and click on the link. Select how you want to accept payments. Step 4. Click on Store in the side menu of your admin panel, fill in the details, and take it online. Step 5. Add products and start selling. Create your own online store today and receive payments from around the world. The Flutterwave store. Just sign up, list, and sell. It's that easy.
It's very easy to lose track of one's finances, especially in a pandemic. Luckily for me, PiggyVest helps me stay on track. I automate my savings using the Piggy Bank feature, which allows me save any amount daily, weekly, or even monthly, whatever rocks my boat. I set aside funds for emergencies in my Flex Naira wallet, meaning I don't have to touch my savings even when emergencies come up. Now, When I have funds I do not want to touch at all for a period of time, I use SafeLock. This is my personal favorite because it's temptation proof. Wait a minute. I saved to get my new car using Target Savings, and I am currently saving with my girls for our next girls trip to Dubai. To top it off, when I want to save in dollars, Flex Dollar got me covered. I am able to earn up to 13% interest per annum on savings and up to 25% on investments using the Investify feature. Signing up was super easy. I simply downloaded the PiggyVest app and created my account in less than 5 minutes. So, if you want to stay on track financially, join over 2 million people like me who use PiggyVest to do just that. Simply download the PiggyVest app to get started today.
Whatever your desire is, to show that special someone just how much they mean to you, to get a new certification or skill for better pay, to expand a business, to prepare for the rainy day, or to be financially free, the one thing that makes the difference every time is discipline. Discipline to keep saving for your desired goal no matter what. You already have the desire, and
it's very easy to lose track of one's finances, especially in a pandemic. Luckily for me, PiggyVest helps me stay on track. I automate my savings using the Piggy Bank feature, which allows me save any amount daily, weekly, or even monthly, whatever rocks my boat. I set aside funds for emergencies in my Flex Naira wallet, meaning I don't have to touch my savings even when emergencies come up. Now, when I have funds I do not want to touch at all for a period of time, I use SafeLock. This is my personal favorite because it's temptation proof. Wait a minute. I saved to get my new car using Target Savings, and I am currently saving with my girls for our next girls trip to Dubai. To top it off, when I want to save in dollars, Flex Dollar got me covered. I am able to earn up to 13% interest per annum on savings and up to 25% on investments using the Investify feature. Signing up was super easy. I simply downloaded the PiggyVest app and created my account in less than 5 minutes. So, if you want to stay on track financially, join over 2 million people like me who use PiggyVest to do just that. Simply download the PiggyVest app to get started today.
Lagos, a metropolitan city with a population of over 20 million people, has ambitions to transform into
Wow. Day 2 of
Wow, so have we
Technology
finished?
Lagos is about to wrap up. I hope we've enjoyed all the sessions in our various breakout rooms. We're trying as much as possible to keep to time. It is a Saturday, at least here in Lagos. It is a Saturday afternoon. Maybe it's Saturday evening where you're streaming in from, or Saturday morning. But as much as possible, we will keep to time. So please let's finish up. Let's round off in all our breakout rooms. And very quickly, we're going to have the vote of thanks. And just before I bring on the founder of Eco Innovation Center, curator of Art of Technology Lagos, I just want to let everybody know, those of you that have been asking, that the videos will be available at aotlagos.com and ecoicenter.com. So in case you came in late or you couldn't follow all the sessions, you had to attend to some urgent needs, don't worry, we've got you covered. All the videos, the resources from AOT Lagos 3.0 will be on the official website. That's aotlagos.com and ecoicenter.com. So on behalf of everybody, I would like to give a warm round of applause as I welcome the founder of Eco Innovation Center, Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi, who has joined us online. As you all know, Eco Innovation Center is the curator of Art of Technology Lagos. So please join me in welcoming him to give the vote of thanks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Isabella. Thank you, everyone. And it is exciting to finally see us begin to draw the curtains for this engagement in the last 48 hours. Of course, technology has become, to a large extent, a total phenomenon for civilization, and efficiency is no longer an option, but necessary for all human activities. I'd like to thank everyone who has worked and who is still working tirelessly, to give this generation and the next generation a glimpse of the new Africa of our dreams. I want to say a big thank you to the chief hosts of the Art of Technology Lagos, the 3rd edition, Mr. Governor himself, Babajide Olusola, and of course his deputy, Obafemi Hamzat. A special thank you to the Honorable Minister for Communication and Digital Economy, who also happened to be our special guest, and he spoke all the way from Dubai, where he was also part of the presidential entourage for a conference also in Dubai, and he held us spellbound. I want to say a big thank you to him for the time and the effort and his wonderful words and he shared with us during the session. We also want to say a big thank you, of course, to the convener of Art of Technology Lagos and someone who worked closely together in the last 2.5 years putting this together. Very special person, Tuboso Alake, the special advisor to the governor on information and technology, for so much work he had done to make this a reality. Of course, a special thank you to the team of the Science and Technology Ministry of Lagos, Ministry of Science and Technology, Lagos State, led by the Commissioner, Honorable Akim Fan, and of course the Permanent Secretary, Mrs. Fashola, and the whole entire team in Science and Technology, who also are part of putting this together as we work tirelessly in the last 3 months to have made this possible. Our keynote speakers, Andrew Nevin, and every one of them that spoke through this session, from Ola Williams of Microsoft, and every of our keynote speakers, we can begin to mention every one of them one by one. Our lead discussants, who also spoke through this session and gave us insights into different aspects of the topic we spoke about, as we all came together under the theme of funding and creating a connected Lagos. And quite a number of them, they were able to shed light to the topic from different perspectives and see how creating that funding can create the Lagos of our dreams and help to build what we expect in terms of growing the ecosystem and creating the real catalyst for the ecosystem. We need to thank our corporate sponsors, Bank of Industry, Flutterwave, Piggyvest, and every of our sponsors who were part of this. Some give us products samples, people who showed up in the booths, the people who exhibited in the booths, and all our sponsors, our media partners, brand communicator, and all the other partners that we have around media. Special thank you to every one of you. You all made this possible. Our media partners want to thank you. And of course, to the team behind the curation, okay, the entire team from Eco Innovation Center, who had worked in the last 3 months with me to see how we could make this happen and be able to work from managing the dates, managing the rescheduling, and get everything to work together. To say a big thank you to the team. You're, wonderful for your sacrifices, a super team, and I'm very proud of everyone who is a part, and of course to all the participants. We had over 1,700 people who came in yesterday, quite a number of people who also have been online across all the platforms. I want to say a big thank you to you, because without you being there, there would be no Art of Technology Lagos. For the people who pitched and the winners of the pitch sessions, is to say a big thank you to every one of you for wanting to be a part of it. And my sincere gratitude goes to everyone who helped to in one way or the other support putting this together and being able to execute the program in the last 48 hours. Just like the moderator said, you can see the video of all the breakout sessions and the clips of all the plenaries and everything, of course, on all the relevant platforms. I'm sure my colleagues will be dropping in all the chat rooms. And therefore, on behalf of myself, the entire team, and the collaborators from Ministry of Science and Technology, Lagos State, we want to say thank you for being a part of AOT 3.0. We are definitely looking forward to having you back for AOT 4.0. We'll discuss another pillar from the Innovation Master Plan curated 2 years ago. Thank you very much for your support. Thank you for being a part of it. Thank you for investment of your time. And we look forward to seeing you sometime next year as we put together AOT 4.0. Do have a wonderful session, everyone, and enjoy the rest of your weekend. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And indeed, that was Mr. Victor Gbenga Afolabi from Eco Innovation Center, founder of Eco Innovation Center, who are curators of Art of Technology Lagos. And this is the 3rd edition. It's sad to say goodbye, but before I leave, I must apologize. Please do accept our apologies for the technical hitches that we faced. Yes, I know some of the sessions broke up abruptly while you were mid-conversation. We're truly sorry. We had hoped that everybody, all our moderators, would have gotten the message about the 5 minutes warning. But like I said, today I'm not just the MC or the host, but also the accurate timekeeper. So apologies for breaking up the sessions abruptly and any technical hitches we faced. We promise to do better at AOT Lagos 4.0. And I believe that each and every one of you will join us next year for Art of Technology Lagos 4.0, and to relive all the exciting moments from this year's edition, as well as AOT Lagos 2.0 and 1.0, please visit www.aotlagos.com and www.ecoicenter.com. My name is Isabella Adediji, and it's been my pleasure hosting you yesterday physically and today virtually. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of your afternoon if you're in Lagos, or as someone told us in the chat box, the rest of your morning if you're in Canada, and I dare say the rest of your late afternoon, evening if you're in Dubai, and all the many places you've joined us from. A big thank you. I've really appreciated your feedback as well as your support and your engagement throughout the past 2 days. I see you at AOT Lagos 4.0. Goodbye.